Welcome back, Archie, to the Zoom room. Just the two of us here today. So we're going to have a look today at defenses against the truth, recapping what we've done previously. This is a review of an original lesson. Sickness is defense against the truth, and when I defend myself, I'm attacked. If I defend, then I'm attacked. So some really good. Actually, two of the most profound lessons. I think the most effective lessons, and some of the most difficult ones to actually implement, because these defenses are exactly where the ego lives and exists, and we all have them. And so what he's doing here is helping us to see them, and it can be very uncomfortable when you do see them. But by seeing them clearly, you then are able to actually do something about it and let them go. Defenses that are unseen, unacknowledged, just remain defenses. They remain as they are, which is obviously where the ego wants to keep them, so that you're never aware of the purpose they serve and what they're actually doing. And this changes that all. So, all right. So let's share my screen. Make sure we got the right one up. Okay, very good. So if you can read that quote to kick it off kindly for us, from Karl Menninger, who was an American psychiatrist, interestingly.
Yeah. Love is a medicine for the sickness of the world, a prescription often given, too rarely taken.
Yeah, interesting to come from a psychiatrist, obviously a very enlightened one, because clearly that's not the normal dominant psychiatric modality. Like, well, I think I'll give you some Prozac or whatever other prescription medication that they like to prescribe. So obviously quite an enlightened one, as he says. Often given, too rarely taken. Well, I'm not sure it's given that often. I mean, if you went to psychiatrists and they said that love was the answer.
Yeah. How recent is he still alive, Karl Menninger? Do you know when?
Good question. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I'm just curious how long ago, he said that, if
Yeah,
it's
no,
recently.
1990. So there you go.
1990. Okay.
1893. Can you
Yeah.
see that?
Yes.
1893 to 19. I
Yeah.
know. So he was 97. He had a good innings.
Yes. Yeah.
American psychiatrist, author, and activist.
Activist.
The
Right.
Menninger family of psychiatrists found the Menninger Foundation.
Right.
I think it's quite a famous clinic, Menninger. Yeah. Topeka, Kansas. So he wrote many books for a number of causes, including children suffering from abuse or neglect, Native Americans. So he's obviously a bit ahead of his time.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was an outsider to mainstream psychiatry, calling the DSM-2 a modern witch's hammer manual. So what's DSM-2? Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders.
Right. Yeah.
So he was one of those outliers who
Yeah.
questioned the system, which you can kind of intimate from his quote, because that is not a normal psychiatric perspective, is
No,
it?
not at all. But a
It would
great
say
one.
love is the
Yeah.
answer. It's like, no, in fact, the whole system is predicated on the fact that love is not the answer. Love doesn't even exist, and your problems lie in the biochemistry of your brain, which can be fixed by medication, which evidently is a very flawed paradigm. So, interesting to see that in all these disciplines, you get these rebels, these people who question it. And I'm sure, he probably wasn't very liked in his time. Many psychiatrists probably thought he was a troublemaker, whatever. But after his death, who do we quote? We don't quote the ones who prescribed the medication as per the DSM-2 manual. You quote the one who went against that and said something a bit more different and interesting.
Yeah.
So the question really for all of us is this a prescription we'll take? Now, this is actually the answer to all of the sickness, all of the problems of the world. Is this something we're going to take seriously? So we have to consider the alternatives before we decide. On the one hand, you have the choice to believe in the religion of sickness that holds that disease is real, cure is external to you, whether it's a drug, a vaccine, an operation, a treatment, whatever the magic remedy, and that's what the Course calls it, magic of some kind, usually prescribed to you by a doctor, a medical professional, etc. There's a whole system that does this, as we know too well. And you're told to pay your money, or the medical aid pays the money, or the NHS pays the money, whatever the system is. But there's money that's changing hands. You take the prescribed remedy or the prophylactic, and you'll be fine, says the marketing for the system, except that the evidence doesn't really support that at all. That's the problem. Western allopathic medicine is very good at replacing body parts like hips and hearts. So mechanically, very good. Yeah, I can do an operation, do a hip replacement, do a heart transplant, but it's failed to dismally to heal the so-called lifestyle diseases, which are much more psychosomatic: heart disease, strokes, cancer, diabetes. These are statistically higher than ever, I think, in today's world. So evidently it's failed. And maybe that's not entirely its fault, because obviously, people's lifestyle is a problem, but it is part of that whole system. Okay, so let's create a society that's profoundly sick, and then we're going to create a system designed to treat that sickness. It's all part of the same thought system. The same system that makes you sick then tries to heal you through the same kind of thinking, and this is very problematic. It doesn't work. So if you look at cancer as an example, it shows that you won't be fine if you just follow the system. Western allopathic medicine is good at doing certain things, but it's not very good at things like cancer and other lifestyle diseases. The stats, World Health Organization, I think this is probably vastly understated, but officially the statistics were 9.6 million globally in 2018. That seems way understated to me. But
be interesting to get kind of more recent data if it's available.
I did this research a few years ago, so maybe I'll look at it again.
Yeah.
Cancer is a disease in which dysfunctional cells in the body start multiplying exponentially, compromising the body's ability to continue functioning and ultimately living. So the approach to healing that cancer is to kill these cancer cells through powerful chemicals, through radiation, a process which has immense collateral damage because it also kills many healthy cells. But this is not an intelligent approach. So you're just obliterating all the cells, never, healthy cells and unhealthy cells, to kill the unhealthy ones. But then you kill so many living healthy cells that you toxify the body. And a lot of people die of that, the toxicity of the chemicals, before the cancer actually kills them. They die from the chemotherapy. And actually, I needed to edit that. My dad's now passed away, but he was having immunotherapy to prevent the spread of melanomas. And it had these horrible side effects, which just didn't work. It absolutely whacked him and probably contributed to, an earlier death than was necessary. So it's a pretty brutal, I use the word barbaric. It's pretty brutal to go and like just do that to someone. Say, okay, in your last potentially 6 years or 6 months or year of life, you're going to have to go through this horrendous. I mean, your body's just going to be poisoned. You're going to feel terrible. You're going to lose your hair. You're going to vomit. All in the service of being healthy. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, does it?
Mm.
And then, you look at another instance of the COVID-19 and the vaccine that's supposed to save lives. But I personally spoke to 3 people who had quite severe iatrogenic reactions. The one lady was on a plane. It was actually her daughter who'd been hospitalized several times over the 6 months after taking the COVID vaccine. She collapsed very soon after, 3 days after that, and her mum was in no doubt. Yeah, it was the COVID vaccine that triggered that.
Yeah.
Business partner, someone I met during the pandemic, went down, as he put it, 6 hours after having a COVID booster shot. Was still sick a few weeks later when I spoke to him. Elderly friend of my parents had a heart attack. So his health had always been exceptional. Never had any heart trouble. Had the COVID vaccine. A few days later, heart attack, bang.
Yeah.
And his cardiac specialist, was convinced that it was induced by the vaccine.
Yeah.
As he had no prior history of heart disease, was otherwise very healthy. Fortunately, survived.
Yeah.
And is still okay. But that didn't have to happen. And these are not isolated incidents. There's thousands of these incidents of so-called iatrogenic effects or reactions. So you have to question: is it worth it? What's supposed to help and heal has all this, all these deleterious side effects. Surely you have to question that.
Yeah.
So really, if you look at COVID-19, you look at any of these problems, cancer and heart disease and strokes and COVID-19, it's really the symptom of a sick society, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where too many people are overstressed, they're not at ease with themselves, so they're diseased by their own negative thoughts and emotions. And that manifests in the toxic modern lifestyle of hustle and bustle, in which we desperately seek but never really find the fulfillment we yearn for. In fact, there's a theory that COVID is actually just the body's reaction to toxins, which can be an overload of stress chemicals.
Oh, right.
And that what they call the virus is identical to the changes that are produced by the body in response to those toxins.
Interesting.
Exactly the same, and that's actually research by John Hopkins University. I remember looking at the time; it was fascinating. It was like, hang on, it's exactly the same thing. What they're calling the COVID-19 virus is exactly the same as this, as the mutation, the cell mutation that happens in response to toxins. And you have to question that, don't you? So, okay, so then what is actually the cause? Is this the cause or is it the effect?
Yeah.
And now that would be a classic bait and switch. That's exactly what the ego does. It confuses cause and effect. It says, okay, so this virus that we found, this mutation, is the cause, but maybe it's actually the effect. And then you have a whole industry based on the assumption that it's the cause, when actually it's not, it's the effect.
Well, that's really interesting because the symptoms of COVID are very similar to those of the flu, aren't they? And then you could also then say, well, is the flu
Precisely.
a cause or an effect?
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's a very the argument that some serious medical practitioners have entertained and researched does a virus actually even exist? Is that really the problem, or is the virus the symptom? Is that the effect of the body responding to an overload of toxins, stress chemicals? So interesting. They, if you look at what happened just prior to COVID, they suddenly rolled out 5G. People's bodies weren't used to it. And then suddenly you get, this epidemic. It's like, well, is there a connection? Perhaps. I'm not saying there is, but it's worth
Mm.
considering. And
Yeah.
then people develop all these flu-like symptoms, and then suddenly people adapt to it, I guess, over time. The body gets used to the high frequency, people adapt, and then they're like, okay, the pandemic's over now.
Mm.
After we've injected you all with the vaccine, which might have been completely useless
Yeah.
because it's not actually addressing the real cause.
Mm.
I mean, then that's just a massive hoax. That's like one of the biggest hoaxes of history, isn't it? If
Yeah.
that is actually the
Well,
case.
and they're also, I don't know, did you also hear, Jonathan, stories of apparently in the vaccine there were nanobots and things like that? So,
Yeah, who knows
yeah,
what they put in it?
who knows what they put in it? Exactly. All these spike proteins that,
One doesn't know.
yeah.
I certainly wasn't willing to entertain it. I'm going to trust.
Me,
I'm going to trust the
me,
system. Do
I
I
was going to
trust
say
the
me
system?
neither. I didn't
Not a
either.
chance. Like they're not putting anything into my body.
No,
Like
exactly. Yeah,
because you have
yeah.
no idea what it is. It's a bit like
Mm.
going down to a street corner and saying, "Yeah, okay, I'll buy some heroin from the dealer and just inject myself." That's incredibly stupid
I
because
know,
you don't know
especially when
what's.
there wasn't long enough to do any trials either. They're not
Yeah, there were
normal drug trials.
no clinical trials,
Yeah, and
none of
then
it was safe.
no,
So you're like, well, you're doing this giant experiment on billions of people, and you have
yeah,
no idea really what you're doing. This
yeah,
is not good medical practice.
absolutely
And
not.
many medical practitioners criticized it.
Yeah,
But they were shut down and
mm,
struck off the roll and threatened them because it was like a group thing. Everyone was just like on this track of okay, no, 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 this is the way it's going, and
mm,
anyone who questioned it now post that, I think a lot more people have come out and gone, whoa, like what went down there? That was really some crazy stuff that
yeah,
went on, and a lot of the medical protocols that they set up, that system had set up, were ignored.
mm,
Like, so you didn't even follow your own protocols. Like,
mm,
there was no proper, testing of the vaccines. You just rolled them out
mm.
to, I don't know how many people end up
Yeah,
having, but probably a
but
billion
even
or more.
even the likes of Pfizer, they had exemptions as well. Did you read about that, Jonathan? So,
Mm.
ordinarily, drug company would be held responsible for any
Yeah,
side effect, and it was actually written into, kind of
I
the
know. It's like, okay, so
vaccine
you
that
get
they were
basically a get out of jail
completely,
free card. You can do whatever you
yeah,
want,
exactly.
all this stuff,
They
and
weren't
there's no
liable for
accountability.
anything, any side
Like,
effects or
like,
anything,
anyone with half
Yeah,
a brain has to question that and go, hang on,
exactly. Why were they
this
given
is.
that dispensation for that
Yeah.
particular,
Like
drug?
why do they get a get
Yeah,
out of jail free card? Well, because
yeah.
maybe there was an agenda to promote the vaccines. That doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. And then remarkably, once they'd reached their target of 90% of the population getting it, they just dropped it.
Mm,
Literally, I couldn't come into the UK for months because of all of the controls. I mean, they were serious, and you had to go. It would cost thousands of pounds, and you had to go into
mm.
quarantine for
Yeah,
2 weeks. I was like, no, like I can't afford that, so I got to wait.
yeah.
And then, like when I came over, just a few months later, everything had gone. I could have got on the call on the plane with a raging COVID,
Mm,
coughing my lungs out,
mm,
and no one was bothered.
mm,
Like, hang on.
mm,
A few months ago, like I couldn't even come. I had to go into quarantine, and then suddenly I can get on a plane, and I could have had a raging cough, and I didn't even have to have a test. I didn't, no one took my temperature, no one did anything.
mm,
Like it doesn't make sense, does it? You just have
mm.
to like
No,
question the whole thing and go,
exactly.
like,
Yeah.
really, really odd,
Mm.
strange. Something's off, and there's the matrix for you. It's off, right? It's
Yeah,
not right.
you just know it's not right. Yeah, you just have a
Right.
sense that it's
There's
not
there's
right.
there's there's a con going on, right, on a
Yeah,
on a mass scale.
yeah.
And I think more and more people, subsequent to that, have realized that and gone, okay, there are a whole load of unanswered questions
Mm,
that come, and they still haven't really been answered. Like,
mm,
okay, so why did that? Why was it was all kind of brushed under the carpet? And
mm.
okay, well, now it's over, so we'll just forget about it.
Yeah,
But we need to ask those questions because what happens if it happens again?
yeah.
I think the world will be more prepared. People will go, whoa, 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 okay, hang on. This is just another version of the same madness we went along, which was actually incredible. the approach was so damaging to society.
It
The way
was.
that they dealt with it was so damaging on every level.
Yeah.
Because it was really a denial. If you look at the way they did it, they completely denied what Karl Menninger said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love was
Absolutely.
not the medicine for the world. They were going to give a vaccine that was the medicine for the world, and love was actually being denied.
Yeah.
So when people most needed it, they needed
Mm.
connection, they needed tender loving care. No, we're going to
Yeah.
separate and isolate.
Yeah.
And I know you had an experience with your mum, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So, like,
Yeah.
you saw it firsthand.
Yeah.
This
I
was
did.
not a nice way for people to
Yeah.
spend their last few months
Exactly.
disconnected from
Very,
their
very cruel.
friends and
Very cruel.
family. And yeah,
Yeah.
so like totally the opposite of love was
Mm.
implemented. And of course, that's not going to work. If love is the medicine,
Mm.
then, non-love, anti-love is going to be the sickness.
Mm.
But a very good demonstration of that on a global scale.
Mm.
If ever we needed a wake-up call, I think that was it. Like, okay,
Yeah.
clearly the
Yeah.
system is out of whack. Clearly this doesn't work. And if we follow it, then we're like lemmings. We're just like being
Mm.
led over the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the personal accountability and responsibility? Everyone needs to use their power of choice to make their own choice. Again, that was they tried to deny that and say, "Oh, you don't have a choice. You just have to go with it. And if
Mm.
you don't do it, then you somehow guilty, of endangering everyone else. It was that
And not only
whole
that, people lost jobs over it as well. Do you remember people that were
yeah,
supposed to be vaccinated?
yeah. And there was a
It was
member
their
of you
livelihood.
didn't meet her, a lady called Lynn, who was a member of this community before you
Yeah.
joined. She lost two jobs, not one, two jobs
Yeah.
over it because she was like, "No, I'm refusing." Okay, well, I mean, that's discrimination. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Like, how can you force someone to
Yeah.
take something against their better judgment?
Yeah.
And was there ever any accountability for those companies? I don't know. I think they largely got away with it,
Yeah, they did.
but
Yeah.
that's discrimination. You're denying people the freedom of choice over their own bodies, which
Exactly.
is a fundamental human right. Okay, I need to have a decision as to what I'm going to put into my body or
Mm.
not. No system can tell me that.
Yeah.
I think it's actually in America. It's one of the amendments, isn't it? It's a fundamental human right built into the Constitution that you cannot be forced to take any substance or medical intervention or something. So all of that was ignored,
Mm.
just completely overridden.
Mm.
Which is interesting how that can happen on a mass scale. Like,
Yeah.
how is that allowed? Like, where are the checks and balances?
Yeah.
And anyone who's questioning it is then a troublemaker. And YouTube were banning videos. I mean, they might ban
Oh
this
yeah.
video, but
Yeah. I mean, it was, yeah. I mean,
they
very
didn't. They didn't ban
eminent.
my last one, so that's good. 2 weeks ago, I didn't get a notification saying, "Oh, this one." So maybe it's all blown over, and now it's allowed. But at the time, if I'd been saying this,
Mm.
they would have struck this video off within 24 hours.
Yeah.
It would have been gone.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, okay, now, post the fact when it's not such a critical question, we
Mm.
can question it because anyone with half a brain is going to do that and go, hang on, like what went down there? This
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yeah.
And if ever we see the failings of the ego, there it was.
Yeah.
Uh, just such a brilliant teaching for
Mm.
for anyone who's intent on awakening to go, okay, look at this
Mm.
honestly and see the insanity of a system based on separation
Yeah.
and look at it in its extreme, how crazy, insane, and cruel it is, how cruel it was to so many people, how
Yeah.
many people suffered
Yeah.
unnecessarily
Mm.
because of that. You have an experience. I
Yeah.
had an experience. I was separated from my family. I couldn't
Yeah.
get back to them
Yeah.
for, it definitely delayed matters by at least 6 months, maybe more.
Yeah.
Um, and I wasn't the only one. I've spoken to
Mm.
other people who also got split apart, separated from family. So
Yeah.
I think so many people, so many individuals and families had these experiences
Mm.
globally. Like,
Mm.
it wasn't worth it over what flu.
Mm.
Like, seriously, guys, like, just get a grip.
Mm.
Like most people, it wasn't life threatening. just a bad case of the flu, but not necessarily even caused by a virus, perhaps caused by other things. We don't know. Maybe it was caused by the 5G. Maybe it's, and then, okay, so we know that, if stress is the cause, what are we going to do? We're going to make it worse by making people even more stressed.
Stress, yeah.
So actually, if that theory is correct, what they did made it worse. It was not a healing approach at all. All of that propaganda, the media, the fear. You would just watch that and watch the COVID. Now, I mean, I didn't bother, but I remember my parents being glued to it. Oh, I'm like, why are you watching that rubbish? It's just propagating. Every time you watch it, what they're doing is they are administering a dose of cortisol and adrenaline to millions and millions of people. It's mass medication, actually, which is insidious. But I think we have to look at it and go, well, maybe that was intentional. They knew exactly what they were doing, and this was about putting people into a weakened, fearful state, so they would then accept the solution that was proposed. Because if you're so fearful and not thinking clearly, then you go, oh, okay, I better just do that because I'm so scared, and they're telling me it's going to work. And then in fight or flight mode, all of your higher thinking gets shut down, doesn't it? And so you don't go, okay, well, let's just look at this. Let's just question it rationally without all the emotion. Anyone who's able to do that is gonna go, no, I don't really buy this. There's a problem here. They have to rely on the fear in order to stimulate the behavior that they want, which is just psychological manipulation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think we saw that en masse, and we saw it's a warning of just how that can happen on a mass scale, and how easy it is to do, how open the vast majority of people are to that. I'm like, do people not have their own minds? Well, clearly not. Like 90% of people just follow like sheep. Like, hang on. Like, where's the critical thinking? Where's okay, hang on. Does this actually make sense? No, I'm just going to do it because the authorities tell me that I must do this. Like, it was a test. I think they were going, okay, let's see the take up on this. It was like 95%. Which shows you just how asleep the majority of people are, because anyone who's awakening is going to go, nah. Anyone who was on a sort of genuine spiritual path was like, no. I don't know anyone who was like genuinely kind of awakened or awakening. Let's say we're all awakening, very few fully awakened beings, but who went, yeah, okay, that's we'll go with that. With a couple of exceptions, there were a couple of Course in Miracles teachers who were advocating. I was like, whoa, really? No, seriously not.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But then I was like, but it just shows you, even with all of that, and one of them, very very senior, like very well respected guy. I won't mention his name, but he's been teaching the course since the 80s and has founded his own community. And was going on about, no, we need to do this because, and his sidekick was agreeing with him. I'm like, no, you guys have missed the point completely. And they justified it in course terms. So they went into the urtext and they said, well, if we go to urtext, there was a conversation that that Bill had with Yeshua, and Yeshua was saying, well, I'm going to give you an expert and listen to him. This guy said, we'll take your flu vaccine. And so therefore he's justifying vaccines. I'm like, whoa, that's really fishing into the dark, because that didn't even make it into the course. The reason why they cut that out was because it was advice for him at that point in his development. It wasn't necessarily advice that was meant for everyone. He was trying to build their trust and say, look, I can help you with these problems. And then they ignored in lesson 76. I mean, like, how's this for a staggering oversight? They actually ignored the direct reference to it. I think we looked at it last time. Lesson 76. He actually talks about vaccination.
Mm.
They did a whole podcast on vaccinations and they ignore this. I'm like, that's just astonishing. How can you ignore what's actually in the course?
Mm.
And you
Mm.
discussed it. They completely ignored this.
Mm.
So there you go. You really think a small round pellet or some fluid pushed into your veins through a sharpened needle or ward off disease
Yeah.
and death. That is a direct reference to a vaccine.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't, I mean, it's so clear. You
Yeah.
can't like mistake that for anything else.
Yeah.
He's being very, very clear here. So he's directly said, you really think, that all of these are things are true. And then he says, it's insanity to
Mm.
think this.
Mm. Mm.
And they didn't bring that up in the podcast because it didn't suit the narrative. I'm
Wow.
like, but that's just being disingenuous, isn't it? That's
It
like not
is.
totally disingenuous. You've
Yeah.
you've gone and you found something was edited out of the course to justify your position, and you've ignored what's made it into the course where he's directly discussed the issue.
Yeah. Wow.
Like, and it's in lesson 76, plain as day for everyone to read.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa. But isn't that interesting how fear does that,
Mm.
even to people who should know better,
Yeah. Very.
even to people who've had years and years of mind training. Yes, like an advanced teacher of the course. This is a senior, respected figure.
Mm.
Just does that. I'm like, I was astonished. I was like,
Mm.
okay, but I guess that's a good lesson, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just shows you like how powerful fear can be. Even with all these teachings, you
Mm.
will find a way if you want to justify your position of fear.
Yeah.
Even when it's so, I mean, he said it as explicitly as he can possibly say it.
Mm.
You really think that this is true? It's insanity that thinks these things. Well, okay, well, how much more explicit must he be, guys?
Yeah.
He's told you it's insanity to think
Yeah.
that, and
Yeah.
yet you still think it.
Yeah.
Like, and then somehow you'd say, well, Yeshua wants us to all have vaccines, but he said exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any other way of interpreting that? I don't see any other. There's no fudging it.
Yeah.
It's insanity that thinks these things, i.e., the things that he's mentioned in the previous paragraph.
Yes.
It's
And
very,
then,
very clear.
yeah, and then 76.5 said these are not laws, but madness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
precisely. So absolutely clear. So now, how do you use the course to justify what he's called madness? But
Mm.
they did.
Mm.
But that just shows you the ingenuity of the ego
Mm.
in service of its goals,
Mm.
and how it can hijack even the most experienced teachers who should know better.
Yeah.
And that's why you shouldn't make exceptions to what it's saying. Okay, well, if it says that, that's what it means. Don't
Yeah.
like go off and do something else and interpret your own thing, because he's been very, very explicit on that issue. So in my view, the issue settled. There we go. He's told you exactly what he thinks of
Mm.
small round pellets, i.e., all the pills we pop, and fluids pushed into your veins. He's telling you that it's magic and it's really not going to work.
Yeah.
So don't be insane and think that it will. Don't entertain it.
Mm.
But the fear gets, I think, so, and that peer pressure. There's all this. Okay, now authorities, and we want to be seen to be doing the right thing, and all of
Yeah.
that, rather than just stick to the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't people please. Just stick to
Mm-hmm.
the truth no matter what. And Yeshua was the great example of that,
Mm.
because he had huge pressure to compromise principles and he just never would. He was like, no,
Mm. Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
The truth is true, and I'm not going to back down. And you want me to recant and say I'm deluded? No, I'm not going to do that.
Mm.
On pain of death, because the truth is true and it must be spoken.
Mm. Mm.
Not You can't compromise. I
Yeah.
think that's the message. And as
Yeah.
soon as you compromise and you go, oh well, we'll just fudge it a bit, there's the ego back in full force, and spirit is denied and love is denied.
Yeah.
And we saw the effects of the denial of love So clearly, so much suffering unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So the alternative is that we have this eternal spiritual foundation of unconditional love as the ultimate reality that transcends sickness of any kind.
Mm.
And there's no order of difficulty in miracles because that love or abundance doesn't obey the laws of sickness that govern this world and its sickness industry. So it can heal any sickness that is brought to it by exposing the sickness as false. And notice in this context of COVID, how much scarcity there was along with the fear of the sickness. It's like, oh, and now we're shutting everything down, and now people can't work and they can't, make enough money, and just scarcity, sickness, death. There's the ego in overdrive.
Yeah.
And is that something we should accept? Clearly, was madness. Clearly, what he's saying, that it's totally insane, was shown by the results of that mass. There was a mass psychosis. Everyone just got caught up in this insanity. Well, not everyone. There were a few people who maintained some sanity and said no, but they were considered rebels and outliers, and often fired or abused physically, or was more mental, emotional. Online and in workplaces. I mean, I had a little bit of it when I went for a haircut. I remember once. And I was just speaking to my mom, so I had my mask off, and the lady clearly had a big issue with that. But I'm sitting on the couch, like miles away from anyone.
Yeah.
And then she had this really unfriendly attitude to me, and wouldn't even give me a glass of water. I'm like, well, how is that loving? Oh, we don't have I said, I'm thirsty. Can I have a glass of water? No, sorry. I'm like, why not? It's because there's not a glass. I'm like, well, seriously, you don't have a glass in the salon? Like, seriously, come on. Come on. Like, and then she was having a go at me as I was paying, and I just said, okay, fine, I'm taking my business elsewhere because I don't need this. This is ridiculous. Because I have a different perception of this pandemic, you're now discriminating against me and being actually rude and obnoxious to your customers. So you just lost a customer. So cheers. I'm off. So you can. We still have choice, but like I did see how that happens and how unloving it made people think and behave. Because before that, I quite liked her. We sat down, we had a chat. It was like there was a connection, and then this comes along, and her fear totally overrode that connection.
Yeah.
And she treated me like a complete stranger, like the enemy, in fact.
Yeah.
Or just because I've got I'm not wearing a mask because I'm having a chat to my mom. Like seriously, get real, get a grip. But that's what it does. That fear, if you start allowing it, it becomes a sickness in the mind. So actually, a really good experience, I think, overall, for everyone to have gone through. Although it was difficult, it made us aware of this enormous self-deception. Look at all the deception that went with all of that.
Yeah.
And so that was a reflection of the self-deception that we undertake. Anyone who bought into that probably feels a bit stupid after the fact. When, okay, maybe I got a bit carried away. It was all a bit of a storm in a teacup. But at the time, when those fear emotions, the cortisol and adrenaline are pumping, then they lose perspective. They lose any kind of sense of like what's right and what's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they deceive themselves. And when you deceive yourself, then you're prone to being manipulated. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And so we forget then the truth of our identity, our source, which is infinite, unconditional, eternal love or abundance. And that all goes by the wayside, and we forget
you
that.
give your
We
power away.
become very fearful, separated, body-focused beings, which doesn't promote health, well-being, love, happiness, none of that. The world went in a very negative direction for a year or two, didn't it? And then it all interesting. Eventually, it had to correct. I suppose it was like, okay, this is getting too much. Everyone was like, enough now, and they realized it was enough. Okay, so we just, we're over this now. And then it was just gone because it wasn't an issue anymore.
Yeah.
But like, does a virus really work that way? It was just like it was just a shift in mindset. Okay, now it's not a problem. So no one's fit. No one. We've told it's over. The vaccine's going to protect you. Everyone now feels okay. So the stress goes down, the fear goes on, everyone gets back to normal. And guess what? It's like it's all fine. So maybe people are still getting it, but it's not a big deal. So they go to bed for a few days and they, just like we would have. So if we haven't made such a grand thing of it, it probably wouldn't have even been a pandemic. We've just been, oh, okay, it's a bit of extra flu this year, but okay. But and the mind just got hold of it, and look at what we made of it.
Yeah.
So I think it shows us that it's really so much in the mind. Sickness is so much about our state of mind. So we may doubt the power of love or abundance. It's an alternative to love to heal so-called physical conditions like COVID-19 and cancer. But the truth is, there are no physical conditions. They're only manifestations of the mind's beliefs. All of these things are energetic manifestations of a belief. That's the law. It's a projection coming from the mind, which has projected it out. So sickness is an essential part of the ego's false belief system based on the idea of separation. And so it can only be healed at the level of the mind's belief that miscreated it. Right? It's projection of that idea of separation. Oh, I'm a separate self, I'm a body, therefore my body can get sick, my body can be damaged, my body can die. It's all part of that thought system, you see. If you suddenly deny that and you say, well, it's not really a factor, it's not a problem because I'm not a body, I'm just pure spirit, then you prick the bubble of that whole thing and it just collapses. And there is physical evidence of this, that love actually works to heal diseases. There have been thousands of cases of people who have healed suddenly for no reason. The medical system can explain, including over, was it 7,000? I thought it was 70 actually. I don't know why I put 7,000. Over 70 documented so-called miracle healings at Lourdes in France. Not to mention let's fix that. I don't know why it's 7,000. Not to mention the healings Yeshua performed that were recorded by his disciples, Matthew and John, who were eyewitnesses to them. So you've got eyewitness accounts of his healings. There's many instances of miraculous healing. I've done something similar. Went with a friend, and her brother was last stages of cancer. I mean, he was really, you could see he was dying.
Yeah.
And we healed him. We did a holotropic breathing, and he got better for a couple of months. He started recovering his strength, and she never had him tested. But then he stopped. I think it was in March and it was really hot, and he just stopped drinking. So eventually he died of kidney failure. But he didn't die of cancer.
Yeah.
But I think he wanted to go. The point was, as I said to her, look, if someone wants to go, then you can't really stop that. If his mind's decided he wants to exit, yes, we saved him from cancer. Well, then he found another way, didn't he? So just don't drink, and it's really hot, and and he's already weakened from the cancer. So, but he started getting better, which was extraordinary because he was literally like when we picked him up, no one was taking care of him. He looked like, okay, this guy's a couple of days away from death. It's really not good at all. You could see.
Yeah.
And we did this holotropic breathing, and I did some healing, and she did some stuff, and it worked. I'm like, well, I don't really know how exactly that happened, but we did go in with the kind of intent. Okay, it's this is going to happen. It's done already. I held that, so, and I think she did as well. And when two or more joined in the name of truth, then miracles happen. So I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I've been part of it.
Yeah.
that this is possible. And then you look at someone like Anita Mojani. I mean, you can't really dispute, this is all medically recorded, what happened to her. It's all in the hospital records. She had terminal cancer, her organs were failing. So the doctors, said to her family, look, say your goodbyes because there's really nothing we can do. And when organs start failing, it's beyond, it's going to be hours. She's going to die. There's no way we can stop it. So they were like, okay, there's absolutely nothing we can do. She's beyond our help. And then miraculously, she healed. She went into a coma. She had this near-death experience. She had this expanded awareness of her surroundings, including conversations happening elsewhere in the hospital. She could overhear her parents and her brother. And then she communicated with her dead father and her best friend who'd passed away from cancer 3 years before. And she talked to them and decided, based on that conversation, that she wasn't done yet, that she was going to go back, but she was going to go back in a she had to heal. She wasn't going to go back into this sick body. That was the deal.
Yeah.
So she'd had a profound experience. She'd made a decision on a higher level of her mind. It was like, okay, I want to live because I still have something to do and contribute in this world. But the deal is I have to heal.
Yeah.
I can't obviously sustain in a sick body that's organs failing. And that decision started regenerating her body. Simple as that. Like everything just started turning around. Within 4 days, her tumors had shrunk by 70%. The doctors were like, this is impossible. We've never seen this. Within 5 weeks, she was completely cancer-free and released from hospital. And they just couldn't explain it because it didn't fit into their scientific materialist medical paradigm at all. So one of the doctors, who are oncologist, was like, well, it's been known that at advanced stages of cancer, chemotherapy can work. Like, seriously, dude? You honestly expect us to believe that? Like, no one's stupid. She hadn't had chemo 4 weeks because she was too weak. You've written her off, said, look, her organs are failing, and you really, honestly are trying to explain it through chemotherapy when she's just written this whole book about the near-death experience, and this is the real reason. Like, it's ludicrous, actually. It's so ridiculous. It's laughable. But I suppose if you're wedded to that thought system, then what else do you do? You have to try and find some defense for it, as pathetic as it might be, and deny, the simple truth. She had a profound spiritual experience and an awakening, and that's what healed her. The mind healed the body. But that was obviously very threatening to his thought system and to other people. Some journalists were like, oh, these people are potentially propagating dangerous information. Right, so it's dangerous to heal from cancer. Like, it doesn't stack. It doesn't make sense, does it? Okay, so she actually had a profound healing. She would have died, but she's healed. Surely, how's that dangerous? Maybe that would inspire other people to heal from so-called terminal cancer. How could that be conceived of as dangerous? But they do. But that's the twisted, distorted viewpoint of the ego. What is love and healing is seen as fearful and dangerous, which is exactly what Yeshua is telling us. He's saying this is what the ego will do. It'll turn it around and it'll make love into something dangerous, and it'll make fear into something that's attractive. Completely bonkers, upside down thought system. And if ever we saw that, we saw it in COVID. It's like just how completely distorted and twisted the ego's whole thought system is. And when that's done on a mass scale, how completely insane everything becomes. So if you want to listen to her talking about her near-death experience, then there's the interview, which is fascinating. And if that is possible, if this can happen, and it's clinically shown, all the records, evidence that this happened, then anything's possible, right? You can come back from the dead, virtually, because she was virtually dead. Her organs were shutting down. It shouldn't have been possible that her body could regenerate, but it did, just because the mind had made another choice, another decision.
Yeah.
And then if you want to read the whole book, I don't know if you've read
I have actually. I've read through.
Dying to Be Me.
I've also met Anita Moorjani when
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
yeah, because she a few years ago, because she was so Wayne Dyer was, really wanting her story to to get out. So yeah, so she actually did some events in London quite a few
Mm,
years ago. Yeah,
you into them, yeah.
did. Yeah. No, it's an amazing story.
Yeah, just, I mean, really miraculous. I mean, it's understandable when you understand these principles of the mind
Yeah,
and healing,
yeah,
but to the scientific materialist paradigm, that is totally inexplicable that should happen.
yeah,
Because in that paradigm, it shouldn't happen.
yeah.
The problem with that paradigm is that these things do happen.
Mm,
And then they just go, oh, well, we'll just ignore that.
mm,
Hang on, there's this evidence that it's possible. So if it's possible in one instance, then you have to question the whole theory, don't you?
yeah, yeah,
Which is Rupert Sheldrake's argument.
yeah.
You can't just like brush these things under the carpet and say the
Mm,
evidence isn't there.
mm,
That's not good science. That's not the scientific method.
mm,
You take all the evidence objectively without fear or favor and go, okay, so let's put it all on the table and look at it, and let's come up with a theory that matches the evidence.
mm,
That's good science.
mm,
So you could argue that medical science and the whole scientific and materialist paradigm that it's part of, it's not good science anymore.
mm.
It's false science. It's they've lost the plot in their own terms,
Mm,
because this is not the scientific method that they supposedly espouse.
mm.
But people don't like being this being highlighted, do they?
No.
Which is why his TED talk was banned.
Yeah,
Interesting. They
yeah.
banned it on TED. It's supposed to be about free speech and interesting ideas, but obviously that was too close to home.
Mm,
So they just took it down off their platform. You can still get it on YouTube.
mm,
They didn't ban it, but TED did, which is again extraordinary. Like, how can you ban such an erudite talk? This is a trained, like like one of the world's leading thinkers in this domain, and he's giving his honest verdict on the scientific materialist paradigm, and you ban it. Well, how
yeah.
is that free speech? How is that promoting free thought?
Mm,
Well, it isn't, and to be honest. That's probably their corporate sponsors going, no, we don't want this, so stop it. That's how it works. That's how the system works, isn't it? But nevertheless, the truth is true, and it gets out there.
mm,
As much as the system tries to squash these things, it's documented. Her case is clinically documented. There are 70. I must correct that. I don't know how 7,000 slipped in.
yeah.
There are over 70 documented so-called miracle healings at Lourdes in France, where they clinically examined the person. They found this condition. They documented it all. They went in the water. They came back. They had another examination, and it was gone.
Mm,
All trace of that condition had vanished, and it was clinically shown. And they're like, right, well, you know, it's a genuine miracle because we've done a proper medical examination before and afterwards, and there's no sign of the previous condition hours later.
mm,
How do you explain that? Other than that person had some profound mental, emotional, and physical shift as a result of the experience
mm.
of the water. Is it the water, or is it the experience that the water induced? That's the question.
Yeah. I'd say it's the latter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more the experience. It's more
Yeah,
the state
absolutely.
of mind that
Yeah.
going to that sacred site
Mm,
with a belief. I guess the people who go in with like I'm going and I know this is going to work and I know I'm going to be healed, then
yeah.
are more likely to have that experience of healing, because it's a profound mental emotional shift that takes place, and then that just gets reflected on the physical, because it's all just energy.
Mm,
So it's absolutely possible. Lourdes, documented cases, Anita Mujani. So then you have to say, well, if it's possible in 70 cases, documented, clinically proven, like the whole theory that says it's not possible must be wrong.
Mm.
Which means that modern allopathic medicine is gone. It's like, okay, that whole theory needs to go. But of course, we know that's a $1 trillion industry. So then you have all these vested interests that don't want it to go because there's a lot of money to be made from illusions.
Yeah.
And and that's where you have to start questioning it. Then is it really about healing, or is it about making money out of people's sickness? Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
And I think,
and there's so much, there's lots of research, Jonathan, as well, about the placebo effect as well, where they performed, sort of fake surgeries and, people with, needing knee opera. Did you hear that one about, it was, I was listening to Greg Braden the other day. I don't know if you know Greg Braden, and I really like him. He was talking about a study that was done with US veterans that, needed, knee operations, and they performed operations on them, but only I can't remember what percentage of the veterans were actually given a knee operation, and the others were, the surgeon, kind of, cut their knee and, stitched them up, but didn't actually do anything to the knee. And then afterwards, they asked them, sort of how many of them felt that, they, felt better after the op. And it was a really high percentage of the people that had nothing done to their knee, but, believed that the operation was going to make a change. But
and it
then,
did.
It did. Yeah. And I thought it's incredible.
Yeah, but that's the power of the mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's many. And I was listening to a podcast the other day, and this guy thought he'd taken an overdose of some pills. And so he takes this overdose, and then he changes his mind and goes, "Oh my God, I don't want to die actually."
Yeah.
But all of the symptoms that were supposed to be the overdose symptoms, he was manifesting.
Yeah.
So he goes to, barely gets to hospital. He's like, "Oh, I've taken these pills. It's terrible, And so then they like, okay, well, and he brought the pill bottle. So they see it was part of some experiment, some clinical trial or something. So they went, okay, well, let's just phone the doctor, So they phone. The doctor says, oh no, he got the placebo. He got sugar pills.
Right.
Yeah. So he hadn't taken an overdose of anything,
Yeah.
but he believed he had, and so
Yeah.
he was manifesting the symptoms.
Yeah.
And then
Wow.
they told him,
Yeah.
look, we just phoned your doctor and it's all okay because actually those weren't the real deal. Those were sugar pills. And you're good. And within 10 minutes, all his symptoms had normalized. He was fine, breathing normally. They discharged him within half an hour, and he drove himself home.
Yeah.
Having been apparently on death's door and like, I'm about to die, but just because he believed it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And then as soon as the belief changed, because they told him the truth, and he was like, oh, okay, I'm just a bit of an idiot, really. Obviously felt highly embarrassed. But okay, relief. I like, actually, they just sugar pills, so no harm done. Okay, and then all of his symptoms normalized and they just went away. They didn't have to do anything. They just told him the truth.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's hundreds of these kinds of experiments, and
Yeah.
that was an experiment. That was just a real life situation. But you have to kind of go. Clearly, the mind plays a huge role,
Yes.
enormous role. So maybe the key to healing lies in the mind, then,
Yeah.
not in the body, not in all these treatments, not in the magic. But you see, it undoes the entire system.
Yeah.
Because if the healing is really internal and it's primarily about you changing your mind, then how do you charge for that? You can't charge someone for a drug repeatedly to change their mind. They just change their mind.
Yeah.
Or you give them a bit of counseling or whatever, and then you help them facilitate the change of mind. But you're not going to be able to sell them a drug for years and years and years to come for the rest of their life and generate that kind of revenue, are you?
Mm.
So therein lies the problem
Mm.
for the drug companies. It's become more of about a business model and making money than
Yeah.
about healing.
Yeah.
And if we're honest about it, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So then that is not a healing system, that is a sickness system. And that system is a sick system that should go because it's
Yeah.
not about healing people.
Yeah.
End of. Simple. Any society was honest would go, okay, that entire system needs to go.
Yeah.
Maybe there are certain instances where a drug might be warranted, but
Mm.
but not to the extent that we use them now.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, not as like, oh, there's the default, take your Prozac and put like 30% of the population on Prozac.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
When it can be done with a change of mind, a change of attitude, and then maybe a change of diet, change of, all of these things uh, can heal it, can heal these conditions.
Yeah.
So why do we still go to, okay, first default is we'll prescribe a drug?
Yeah.
It's unethical. It's shocking, in fact,
I
that that's what
completely
it's
agree,
about.
Jonathan. And I've actually got a friend who was prescribed statins as a
Mm,
his GP said because of his, demographic,
mm,
he may have a propensity to, kind of high cholesterol. Therefore, we will prescribe you statins as a preventive measure. And it's absolutely, and I said, didn't you question it? Didn't you say to your GP, I don't want to take this? He said, no, well, you told me. And I'm
oh,
thinking again, that's another example of someone
mm,
that's just giving away their responsibility
yeah,
for their health,
yeah,
to a so-called expert. And I
yeah.
just,
Who says, oh, this is good for you, but
yeah,
hang on, is it really good for you? Is it really good for you to take a
no, I
drug
mean, to
that's
take a drug
alien to
you
your
don't
body?
actually need on the basis
Yeah,
that you might,
yeah.
develop this condition in
Well,
the
yeah,
future. So take it as a preventative.
exactly
Yeah.
what he's saying here. A small round pellet or some fluid pushed into your
Yeah.
veins through a sharper needle will ward off disease and death.
Yeah.
This is insanity.
I know. It's absolutely insane. But what do
And
you
yet,
do
and
to
yet,
that? I mean,
this is systematic insanity. This is a
yeah.
system that is it's $1 trillion industry globally
Mhm.
based on insanity. I mean, just like you have to look at the world then and go, yep, it's the Matrix,
Yeah.
because this insanity has been systematized, and if you question it, you considered the insane one.
Mm. But the thing is, I was surprised at Jonathan. He never questioned it, which I was really surprised at, that he just accepted it. Um,
But you see, there's the mind control aspect. So
yeah.
okay, so we have convinced people that this system is somehow knows better than they do
Yeah.
about their own health
Yeah.
and their own well-being.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a mind job of note, and that has been intentionally done
Mm.
over decades
Mm.
so that this kind of thing will happen repeatedly, and
Mm.
people will just give away their power
Yeah.
to a so-called trained doctor who will
Yeah.
then go, okay, I and as what a more enlightened doctor once said, he said basically most doctors are licensed drug pushers. Let's be
Yeah.
honest about it.
Yes.
You're a
Exactly.
licensed drug pusher. You've got a license to push the stuff, and
Yeah.
it's all seemingly acceptable. It's sponsored by these corporates,
Mm.
multi-billion-dollar companies, and so it's all okay, but it's not really okay
Mm.
morally and ethically,
Yeah.
because you're damaging that guy. This guy who's taking statins now, probably for the rest of his life.
Yeah, he is. He's got to
Is
take them for the rest of it. And also
Yeah.
statins have side
Well, and
effects.
and and so
He's
that's
now,
that's
yeah.
that's damaging. Probably going to damage his health. Not
Mm.
maybe immediately, but in the long term,
Yeah.
it's going to damage his health. It might cut his lifespan short by
Mm.
several years.
Mm.
And just follow the money.
Yeah.
Some drug company has made tens of thousands of pounds from that individual because of that prescription.
Yeah.
Because he's been gullible enough to go, okay, yes, doctor, I trust you. Okay, I'll take this. There's
Yeah.
a revenue stream that flows for the next 20, 30 years of his life to some drug company.
Mm.
when you look at it in those terms, it's totally unethical.
Absolutely.
The system should not be allowed. Regulators should go, this should not be allowed. We should regulate this against this because it's not helping people. But they don't, because these are multi-billion, trillion-dollar companies
Mm.
that have deep pockets,
Mm.
that and some of that finds the way into political coffers. That's how the system works. Let's be
Yeah.
honest about
Yeah.
it. So it's corrupt. The
Yeah.
whole thing is a denial of love.
Mm.
It's making magic primary instead of love.
Mm.
It's unethical. It's dishonest. It's
Mm.
corrupt,
Mm.
and therefore it's harmful to the majority of people.
Mm.
And it's not stopped. It carries on.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a de facto default system. That's supposedly the healing system. Like, whoa. If you don't question and go, we're in the matrix, like
Mm.
listening to that, then you don't want to see it. The truth is, people don't want to see it because it's too scary. I remember saying to my parents when, all this COVID stuff kicked off, well, it's a scam. They're
Mm.
conning you.
Mm.
Don't believe it. They said, oh, no, no, it can't possibly be the case. All the medical experts and so on can't possibly be wrong. I'm
Mm.
like, oh, yes, they can be,
Mm.
because the system's corrupt
Yeah.
to the core. Who do you think sponsors the medical firms? Who sponsors the universities? The
Mm.
drug companies do.
Exactly. Yeah.
So follow the money, and
Yeah.
you see the corruption, and it becomes self-evident. If you just do a forensic investigation, any forensic auditor would tell you, okay, follow the money, and you can see the links. And then clearly there's no objectivity, because there's a lot of money changing hands, and a lot of these medics make a lot of money. They make kickbacks. They make money from this whole system.
Mm.
So, is that really for the good of their patients, or is it to fund their next holiday, or their next beach house, or children's education, or whatever, or whatever? And there you see the corruption. There's the ego. There's the valuing of the valueless becomes primary, and love becomes secondary. Because the
Yeah.
previous lesson to this, remember, lesson 31,
Yeah.
33, was, I will not value the valueless.
Yeah.
So you see how it's all bound up.
Mm.
It's all intertwined into one mess, really, a corrupt system that needs to be done away with.
Yeah.
And yet, who has the courage to question it and say, no, like, enough?
Mm.
What political leader is going to do that?
Mm.
They're not. They don't have the balls for it.
No.
And they probably wouldn't last very long. The reality of it is they would probably be voted out of office or assassinated, as John F. Kennedy was.
Yeah.
When you rock the boat too much, they just take you out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we know what he was doing was, he was challenging the whole financial system and saying, well, why does the Federal Reserve print our currency?
Mm.
This just shouldn't be right. We should take that power back into the state, rightfully so.
Absolutely, because it wasn't even a government department. It was just
No,
basically a collection of
why have we
private
given
banks.
away the most
Yeah.
powerful function in the whole land
Yeah.
of printing currency
Yeah.
to a private institution
Yeah.
controlled by a bunch of wealthy families?
Yes.
How on earth did that happen?
Exactly.
Well, if you look at the history,
Mm.
it happened in 1913, when most of the senators were away. I think it was Thanksgiving or something, and they timed it so that the majority of people would be away, and they just pushed the Federal Reserve Act through,
Mm.
and then it became law. And now suddenly, quietly, a bunch of wealthy families are now essentially controlling America.
Mm.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Again, like, you've got to question this stuff. And people, you
Absolutely.
conspiracy.
And the public don't even know. They think the
No,
Federal Reserve is actually a
no.
government department.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, just do your research.
Yeah.
Like who's actually in charge here?
Mm.
Is Donald Trump and are the politicians really in charge, or are there much more powerful interests
Mm.
that are really in charge, and you just don't know it because they've hidden that from you? Because if you knew it, then you go, okay, the game's up. I see the game,
Yeah.
enough. So we have to disguise it. It's cloak and dagger, and it's deception. Because if the truth comes out, then the deception's over. People are. I think Henry Ford actually said. He said if people knew how the monetary system really worked, there would be a revolution instantly.
Oh, absolutely.
So it is just as well that they don't.
Yeah.
And yet they still don't. We live in the information age, and yet somehow this information hasn't really got out and become.
Well, that's because deliberately, again, children aren't taught in schools about anything about the financial system, or what money
We're
is.
not taught how it works. We're not taught
and that's deliberate again.
Yeah. So you go out into the world and you don't really have a clue.
Yeah.
And then you just, okay, well, I better get a credit card and I better get a home loan and I better get all this stuff because that's what everyone else is doing. But if you actually understood what's going on, you maybe wouldn't do that. You'd question it. But we really do live in the matrix. Let's be honest about it, because the majority of people are so plugged into the system and so hopelessly dependent on it, as Morpheus says in the movie, that they won't question it, and they will in fact defend it.
Yeah.
They'll defend the very system that enslaves them. That's the irony of it. So we saw in COVID, you get a whole lot of people defending the system and say, oh, you're bad and you're wrong, and we'll fire you or have a go at you on social media or do something. And they do. So they become the enforcers of the system.
Yeah.
That's the evil genius of it. They don't need to enforce it that much. They just need to plant the seed and then allow the population at large to enforce it. And I think that's one of the reasons why awakening is hard. Because you're up against the majority of people who think you're completely bonkers.
Yeah.
And that you're unstable and radical and you're dangerous and these ideas are
conspiracy
destabilizing
theorist and
conspiracy theorist, a terrorist, or whatever label they want to hurl at you. And this needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
Sometimes by unethical or violent means, because this is threatening to the stability and the order of society. But actually, it's completely the opposite. Like these people are the people who are actually trying to liberate and free people who are enslaved into a thought system that is really about control. As Morpheus says, it's about one thing: control.
Yeah.
That was just the most brilliant movie, because it just pointed out all of this and saying, if you are willing to be honest about your position and the society you live in, you will see that all of this applies. So it's so close to home that I think most people didn't want to see it. So nice movie, but it's just science fiction. No, it was a social commentary, which is probably more relevant now than it was when it was made 26 years ago. 27 years ago now, over a quarter of a century ago. There's a warning for this is what has happened, and this is what is happening, and you need to wake up from this stupor because you're enslaved. You're saying to humanity, you're slaves to the system, and you don't even know it. You think you have free will, like Neo, but you don't. You're just being controlled by the matrix. So the only way out is to unplug, which is what awakening is. Okay, so let us look at any comments, questions. I mean, we've done this quite thoroughly, but the reason I've done it is because it's a case study in the ego. It's a brilliant case study in the ego. You can really see practically how it works. And people say, "Oh, it's all of course, it's all a bit theoretical and highfalutin." No, just look at the world and you see how all of these principles that he teaches us play out in practice, in these practical examples of COVID, cancer, miraculous healings. It's all there, plain as day, for anyone who's just wanting to be open and honest to see.
Yeah.
And then the conclusion is inevitable. You have to come to the conclusion that yes, okay, there is a problem here. We are in a control system. It is a matrix of sorts. And the only way out is to free our minds.
Yeah.
We've got to stop believing in it. That's the primary thing. If everyone stopped believing in the system, it wouldn't have any power, would it?
Mm.
So we're literally enslaved by our own beliefs, which is what all the great spiritual masters have been telling us for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's really just all in your own mind.
Yeah.
Free your mind. First of all, that's primary. Everything else follows. The system will change when enough people free their minds.
Yeah.
Okay, so let us look at our lesson. So, shall we go through these slides?
Mm-hmm.
There's actually some quite good content in. So you can read that. Well, this is interesting. So what he's really saying here is this is a preparation for part 2 of the workbook, which is coming as it starts in lesson 221.
Okay.
This is preparation for that, where it's a mock shift. The lessons become a lot shorter. It's much more like in a sutra style. Each lesson is only a couple of paragraphs, because the need for words to start getting more to the truth becomes just okay. You just need a brief pointer to the truth. So this is part of that preparation. We're told to be aware we're readying ourselves for part 2 to concentrate on doing so, to go through the review in a way that will facilitate the readiness we want to achieve. And so part of this whole process. So the answer is to walk faster and dive deeper. So it's about saying going a little bit deeper, putting in a bit more effort, a bit more time. He's asking us for a bit more commitment. And if you want to read that last sentence of that slide.
Yeah. This time we are ready to give more effort and more time to what we undertake. We recognize we are preparing for another phase of understanding.
Yeah. So just asking us to really look at to understand the process we're in. I think that's the advantage. Okay, so this is a process. So every now and then he does this in the reviews. He checks and okay, so where are we in this process of awakening? Let's get some perspective. Let's get some context, and then where are we going? Yes, okay. So yes, in part 2 we're going to change phase. This is the preparation for that. Really well designed course, actually. If you look at how he's constructed it. Because he's not only giving us the content, he's also coaching us about the methodology. He's saying, okay, so this is how this course is working. So if we understand it, we're more likely to benefit to do what it asks us to do because it makes sense, and to be more disciplined in following it. Okay, so then the central thought is, if you want to read that.
My mind holds only what I think with you. What I think with you, what I think with you. It also helps to simplify. Try to imagine a state.
To simply try to imagine.
Oh yeah, thank you. It also helps to simply try to imagine a state in which I am receiving and joining with God's thoughts rather than thinking up my own, almost like when you synchronize your breathing with someone.
Yeah, it's quite a nice analogy. Okay, so I'm opening myself to this other mind, this other awareness. My awareness holds only what I think is pure formless awareness or perfect love is another way of saying that, an alternative language. So I'm really just consciously reminding myself that there's this other awareness and I'm aligning with that. I'm allowing that awareness to come into my mind. I'm allowing the thoughts, the feelings, the emotions to come from that. source rather than from the insane voice that dictates otherwise. And saying, if you set the intention, you spend 5 minutes with this thought, it's going to set the day along the lines which God appointed. In other words, you set that intention and you start going into the flow of that. And then when you need to, you remind yourself so that you stay aligned with this. And if ever a thought comes in that's contrary to that, you go, oh, is that a loving thought? No, that's a fearful thought, or it's an angry thought, or this is not love. So if my mind holds only what I think with love, God, then this thought cannot be true. So it gives you a decision tool to decide which thoughts to accept and which to reject. So it's a fantastic tool for mind training, in other words. And that's then the overriding theme throughout all of the review lessons. To maintain that vigilance. He's teaching us to be much more vigilant of our thoughts through these lessons, which we have to be. If we just allow any old thought to come in and occupy our minds, there's no discipline. There's no mental discipline at all. And that unfortunately is the state of most people's minds. Very little discipline, any old rubbish goes, and a thought plants itself, might be an incorrect thought, but they believe it, and then that thought can cause all kinds of damage. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering. If they start believing that thought and they never question it, then that becomes their default belief. Now that's entrenched as part of their identity. So that's what the ego wants to do. Just make a negative thought, which is true, actually part of who you are.
Yeah.
That's how insidious it is. And then you've got all these fixed beliefs that now make up this self-concept, the structure of the self, that just isn't true. It's made up of a bunch of false beliefs, which you just believed, you internalized, and you said, that's me.
Yeah.
Whoa, what a mind job. The way out of that is, okay, I think only with God, only with the mind of God, only with pure formless awareness of perfect love, only perfect loving awareness. So if a thought is out of alignment with that loving awareness, then it can't be real. It can't be true. I've got to reject it.
Yeah.
And there's the letting go that comes from it. So looked at it again from a different lens, my mind holds only what I think with God. That's my only real thought. He's asking us to let this thought alone engage our minds fully and just remove the rest. Okay, so there's nothing else, nothing other than loving awareness. And if I notice anything other than love, then I let it go. And then it's not there anymore. So it becomes a correction. That's what the miracle is. So he's not saying, oh, you're failing the course if you notice a thought that's unloving. No, you succeeded because you've noticed what you might not have noticed before. And you've used this to discriminate against it and say, okay, this is not what I want. I'm letting this go. And so that's right-minded judgment, which you have to have. You can't accept all thoughts as equal. That's where a lot of teachers go wrong. Oh, well, it's all good. It's all of God. It's all good. No, you can't allow love and fear into your mind and give them equal prevalence. You're just going to be very confused and very unhappy because they completely contradict each other. One must be true and the other must be false. And it's your choice as to which it is for you. Ultimately, the truth is true. Only love is true. But you can choose against that if you want to. That's your free will. You can choose to make fear real and love unreal if you really want to. You will suffer the consequences of that, and it's not going to go very well. And eventually you'll have to change your mind. But we can, and we do that all too often. You know, the moment you allow a fearful thought to dictate your words, your actions, you've allowed that fear thought to become a belief, haven't you? Which now has apparently real power because you've given it that power to dictate your words and your actions.
Yeah.
So very, very good lesson. Just to, okay, he's asking us to be more vigilant of our thoughts. Really watch. And if it's not coming from love, and you've got to be very honest about that, then just observe it, have a little laugh at yourself for making a mistake and let it go.
Mm.
It's as simple as that.
Mm.
And the more you do that, the more self-disciplined you become about your thoughts, the more awakened you become.
Mm.
So a very, very simple practice. What he's asking us to do is actually really, really simple. But initially it's not easy because it requires a level of vigilance we're not used to.
Mm.
We're used to just allowing our thoughts to run riot and not going, oh, hang on, pause. Just pause, look at that,
Mm.
and ask yourself, is that really justified? Is that a thought you really want?
Mm.
And the answer is probably going to be no. If it's unloving, then there's going to be a part of you that's like, no, that doesn't really feel good. It doesn't really feel right. But most people don't question. They haven't been trained in this kind of vigilance of their thoughts,
Yeah.
which is extraordinary given most people have been through an education process of at least 12 years at school, and then some have done tertiary education as well. Okay, so you might have had an education process of 12 years, 15 years, maybe sometimes even 20 years. And you still haven't learned this.
Mm.
But this is like the most fundamental thing. So then again, you've got to question the system, haven't you? Go like, well, why aren't we teaching people this?
Yeah.
If this is the most important thing, why isn't this being taught as a default
Mm.
at school?
Mm.
Like lesson 101, when you start, right, we're going to start with mindfulness. We start with becoming aware of your thoughts and emotions.
Mm.
That should be fundamental, primary. Is it? No, gets completely ignored,
Yeah.
doesn't it? In our standard educational model, the thinker, who is the consciousness that is actually thinking, that question is not asked and answered.
Mm.
And that's part of the scientific materialist paradigm, that they don't even question. It's just assumed. Oh, well, reality's there, and we're not really even going to question who is perceiving that reality. Who are you, in other words? Consciousness isn't really factored in
Mm.
to the equation, is it?
Mm.
But you see how that distortion, that scientific materialist worldview, permeates all levels of our society.
Yeah.
Because we've designed our medical system, we've designed our education system, we've designed every system from that ignorant perspective,
Mm.
not even knowing who we are, not even knowing what consciousness is.
Yeah.
And then we think we know what's going on in the world and we design these systems. Well, obviously they must be flawed then.
Sorry, my dinner is just arriving. I'll just
No problem. So it's saying to us, when other thoughts occur, repeat this thought as a way to tell yourself that they are not really a part of you. That's the discernment. And so what you're training your mind to do is decide who you are and who you're not. That's how profound this is. Just this simple. My mind holds only what I think with God. If you practice that diligently, you must come to the awareness that you are God eventually. If you hold only the thoughts that you think with God, then you must be the same as that presence we call God. That awareness, let's say, pure formless awareness of perfect love or perfect loving awareness, even better in this context. I must be perfect loving awareness. That must be who I am if I think only with that perfect loving awareness. There can't then be another awareness that I can be. And so you deny the ego in that way. So this is a fact, as he says, represents the truth of what you are and what your Father is, what your source is. Is this thought by which the source gave life or creation to the sun, its extension? Is this thought which fully guarantees salvation, in other words, awakening to the sun or extension of love? Lack of forgiveness, that's resistance to what is, in another language, blocks this thought from his awareness, yet it is forever true. And so when you don't forgive, you're stuck in resistance. This thought is blocked, and you get stuck in the illusion. Okay, so we're given. Can you read now, Archie? Or? No. So we're given a central thought that unifies the review, drawing all its parts together. And that thought is, my mind holds only what I think with God, only what I think with love. So only loving thoughts. And if anything's not loving, then that's not God. That's not of God. Therefore, it's not of me. Therefore, I need to let it go. So when we repeat it, our inner response should be something like this. My mind is holy, is forever pure, and already saved, and nothing I can do can change that. Okay? So again, the perennial philosophy, the eternal truth is it's already there. You can't suddenly become what you weren't already. You're already that. You simply need to accept what you already are, which is actually quite simple because it's the truth. It's what you already are. You don't have to invent it, make it up. Ego, on the other hand, will come into your mind and tell you, no, you're not already that at all. You can't be pure and holy. You've made many mistakes. You're sinful. You're guilty. And now you're a dysfunctional self who somehow has to do something to save yourself. And that's the delusion of the ego that then seeks magic solutions to the fundamental problem that can only be solved by accepting who you really are. Okay, so the many forms that conceal lack of love. Can you read now, Archie?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry, I've just got a mouthful, but would you mind just making it a bit bigger, please, Jonathan? The text is quite small.
I think I can probably do that.
If you're able just to sort of zoom in a bit.
Yeah, I can.
Also, I
Where
just
are we?
don't get my charger, my battery.
Yeah, no problem.
Mm.
Zoom in. Oh, it's coming up.
So, am I reading the bit in the dark grey, Jonathan? The "My mind is holy," that piece?
Yeah, my mind holds only what I think with God. And then, yeah, when you repeat it, our inner response should be something like this.
Yeah. My mind is holy. It is forever pure and already saved, and nothing I can do can change that.
So you're telling yourself that, that it's already there,
Mm.
rather than you having to go and invent it, discover it. It's already there, which is such a relief. It's like, okay, well, I'm already that. I'm already
Yeah.
that which I seek. My only problem is I don't believe that yet.
Yeah.
That's the only problem. I haven't fully accepted that yet.
Yeah.
So it becomes a case of, well, can I let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which block my acceptance of this? That's what this whole teaching is designed to do. Just drop all those blocks, and eventually you will accept that this is already done. You're already saved. You're already whole. You're already complete. You're already perfect. Every enlightened being who's ever awakened has had the same experience.
Mm.
Ah, I'm already that. It was always there all along. I just didn't realize it. How silly was I? And then you have a laugh. Like it was already there. I've been walking around with this treasure and I've been seeking it outside of myself, but it's always been there.
Mm.
How ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's why enlightenment is a joke in the Zen tradition. Because it's like it's already there. It's so simple. How could it be difficult to be what you already are?
Yeah.
Only because you've created a false self-concept that masquerades as you, that tells you that you're not who you already are. It tells you something else. That's
Yeah.
the whole problem. So the many forms that conceal lack of love. You want to read those?
Mm-hmm. The bullet points, Jonathan, is that?
Well, it's from they take an unforgiving thought and dress it up.
Hmm. They take an unforgiving thought and dress it up as something kind, considerate, justified, harmless, or necessary. We could
Okay, and then
probably
there's some examples.
we could probably come up with a very long list, but here is just a few forms that come to mind. How can I be attacking you when my face is smiling and friendly? I'm just telling you the truth and you really need to listen. I love you even if I don't like you. I am not angry. I honestly feel neutral toward you. This is for your own good. This hurts me more than it hurts you. I didn't do it out of malice. I just had to protect myself. I'm
Mm,
not being cruel. Given your actions, what I'm doing is perfectly justified.
mm.
Mm.
So these are all the excuses that the ego comes up with
Mm.
for lack of love. And I saw Deborah showed me some social media posts. So in the vicinity, there's some travelers, probably gypsies, who
Yeah.
encamped not too far away. So some seemingly responsible citizen says, well, I've had 16 years in the police force. Just be mindful, and here's a whole list of how you should protect yourself given this apparent threat.
Mm.
Not that I'm making any aspersions on these people, but then like actually you are.
Yeah.
Like let's be clear about it. You're
Yeah.
only posting that because there's this encampment, and you're saying that these people are a risk. So there's an there's a subtle racist
Yeah.
element there, saying okay, well because they're travelers and they're not like us,
Mm.
therefore there's an increased risk. And then someone pointed this out. Oh
Yeah.
well, drama kicks off on the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Hilarious. And
Yeah.
then people go into all kinds of justification. Well, he's not being racist. He's just trying to help us. And he's
Mm.
not really saying that these people are dangerous, but he was saying they're dangerous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won. You know what I mean? You get yourself into all kinds of
Yeah.
convolutions and complications to justify what's not justifiable.
Mm.
It's like, okay, let's just call it for what it is. Yeah, there's a subtle racist element there,
Yeah.
and you're then saying you need to protect yourself. And probably another layer of ego is he's just bigging himself up in the community, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, look at me, I'm just doing a little bit of puffing up because I'm a retired police officer
Yeah.
who's maybe a bit lacking in self-esteem and needs a bit of a purpose. So I'm going to use this as an excuse to post something on the group and big myself up. Oh, well, if you need any help or any security advice, feel free to message me because
Yeah.
I'm such a good citizen.
Mm.
The do-gooders of the neighborhood, as we call them. But actually, if you really look at it,
Yeah.
are they actually doing good, or is it actually ego?
Mm.
And you need to actually call it out. The lady who called it out was like, oh no, no, we don't like that. Don't bring this here. Most people were very defensive about it because they buy into the delusion.
Yeah.
But actually, let's look at it honestly. Yes, you're being racist. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
So let's just call it spade a spade.
Yeah.
Let's not beat around the bush, because then there's no excuse for it. Then you need to just stop that, because there's no justification for that. And the whole if society is trying to we say get racism out of all areas, there it is. It's on the group. It's in society, but it's cloaked. It's masked in this carefully couched language, but actually, if you really strip all that away and you're really brutally honest, then the ego is revealed.
Mm.
which is why honesty is the second characteristic of God's teachers.
Yeah.
You've got to be brutally honest with
Mm.
yourself, and then that same honesty about everything. Okay, like let's just call it for what it is. Let's not beat around the bush and
Yeah.
deceive and cover over, because that's all ego stuff. The ego does that.
Yeah.
Because if you're brutally honest, you will see the ego in all of its ugliness, and you will have to let it go.
Mm.
That's the truth of the matter. You'll say it's not acceptable anymore. It's got to go. Which means then that part of your self-concept has got to go as well. So all of that do good, aren't we so, pious? Exactly what the
Mm.
Jesus criticized in the Pharisees and the Sadducees. You want to be seen to be doing good when
Yeah.
everyone's looking,
Yeah.
but actually when someone's not looking, you won't help the Samaritan who's desperate for food and has been hurt by robbers. You won't help that person because no one's looking, and he's a
Mm.
Samaritan, so he's somehow less than you.
Mm.
But we want to be seen to be. Again, there's the puffing up of the ego, the grandiosity.
Yeah.
So what the items on this list imply is that we don't need to change. We're basically already thinking godly thoughts. They say, the manner of speaking, that my mind already holds only what I think with God. There is thus no need for correction. You can see what this does to all the work on thought correction we're asked to do on this path. Yeah, so it's really about being honest and just taking away all the smoke screens, saying all this is just BS. Actually, I know the truth. I know it's not right. Okay, I'm going to listen to my heart. And
Yeah.
and that behavior, that thought, whatever I said or did, it's not okay. Okay, so I'll stop it. So big deal. So I made a mistake.
Mm.
It's not a sin, it's just a mistake.
Yeah.
And that's all the course is asking us to do.
Yeah.
Just acknowledge the mistake. Once you see it as a mistake, you can correct it because it was just a mistake. It was not a sin. You're not going to be punished for it. You made a mistake, which is what we all do. We've all made many mistakes.
Yeah.
But it becomes problematic when you don't accept the mistake as a mistake, because then the mistake remains as part of your self concept. And then the mistake will repeat and repeat and repeat. And we see how that's happened over thousands of years in human history. The same mistake repeats over and over and over again. Keep doing the same thing over and over again because the mistake is never looked at honestly and corrected. So the many forms that conceal unforgiveness. So we conceal unforgiveness in forms that make it look justified.
Yeah.
Unforgiveness is another word for lack of love. It includes spite, unkindness, viciousness, meanness, hatred. It's the will in us that is so against others that it enjoys watching them suffer.
Mm.
And if you're really honest with yourself, you will notice that there are areas of your mind that do that.
Mm.
It's not comfortable looking at it.
Yeah.
But you go, oh, okay, so that person's really been, okay, well, they're going to get their just desserts. Karma will get them.
Mm.
That's a mean thought.
Yeah.
And actually a part of you is like, oh, well, yeah, I'd like to see that happen.
Mm.
I'd like to see them suffer because they've been so awful.
Yeah.
That's exactly the ego in action. Okay, so more hatred is going to solve the problem.
Mm.
And again, we have to be very honest with ourselves and say, no, that is the problem. This
Yeah.
thought system is the whole problem. So if I'm aware of this in myself, I can look at it honestly and say, okay, I see it, but no more. I'm willing to let this go because it's not correct. But none of us wants to believe that this venomous snake lies coiled inside of us.
Mm.
We don't believe it because we conceal it in a cloak of righteousness. We say to ourselves, and then read these. This is exactly how the ego justifies itself.
Yeah.
So you want to read those?
Mm-hmm. That's not just me wanting to hate and inflict pain. That's righteous indignation. That's tough love. That's me crusading for justice. That's me giving them what they deserve. That's me valuing myself. Or I have no choice but to be angry, but they did force me to feel that way. or that was just me being nice. There was no hidden knife in what I said. Yeah.
So you see all of these justifications, and we've
Yeah.
all used excuses like that, let's be
Mm.
honest.
Oh yeah.
Crusading for justice, that might ring a bell
Yeah.
with you.
Oh yeah, that really resonates with me.
Yeah, because
The value of
that's how it's
oneself. Yeah.
justified.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, I'm doing it. I'm doing the right thing here.
Mm.
But in the name of that, look at how much pain and suffering has happened in human history.
Yeah.
The end justifies the means. How did Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini, all the tyrants, how did they justify the madness? They said, no,
Mm.
no, we've got a vision, we've got a goal. We need to do this to get to our goal. So it's okay to kill people and hurt people and harm people because the end vision justifies it.
Yeah.
And of course, history has shown that it was bullshit. It wasn't true.
Yeah.
It was a complete lie. You can't get to an end of a loving, peaceful, happy, sane society with cruelty.
Yeah.
It's not possible. The end and the means don't align.
Yeah.
So we're going to kill millions of people to bring about some kind of utopia. I mean, it's ridiculous that was ever believed,
Yeah.
and yet that was the justification. Oh no, no, we're doing this for some higher good.
Mm.
No, you're just doing it because your ego is mean and nasty and wants to hurt people because that's what it gets off on. That's what makes it seem to be more real. Let's be honest about it.
Mm.
So it has no value other than that. It's perpetuating your flawed self-concept. That's what's going on here. So a Hitler, a Stalin, a Mussolini, all they're doing is they're projecting out all of their internal hatred and rage to perpetuate that self-concept and reinforce it at the expense of the health, well-being, and happiness of millions and millions of people.
Mm.
Now that's delusion on another scale, isn't it? So it's just like, oh my goodness, that's total insanity. But
Yeah.
that's what's happened repeatedly in human history. And those who call it out and call it for what it is, those people are very quickly done away with because we don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah.
So all these corrupt regimes, the first thing they do is they take out the intellectuals
Yeah.
because they are the first ones who are going to question, say, hang on, like what's going on here? This isn't right. There are principles we have to adhere to. No, we just kill them, remove them, take them out because they know that that's where the opposition is going to come from people who are a bit more awakened, a bit more inspired, and maybe a bit more courageous. So we just kill them,
Mm.
and then you're left with the masses. You're just like, oh well, I better just go along with this because I'm in fear of my life,
Yeah.
even though it doesn't maybe make sense to me. I'll just comply with it.
Mm.
But in that, all of these systems feed off that compliance, and people not questioning and saying, hang on, what's really going on here? So all of these hold correction off because there appears to be nothing to correct. Only way we're going to let go of our unforgiveness is if we take off the disguises and expose it as voluntary, unprovoked hate.
Mm.
So that's like, okay, so I'm just hating someone here.
Mm.
It's my own self-hatred now being projected onto someone else. So I feel a little bit better temporarily because I'm not hating myself, I'm hating someone else.
Mm.
So I'm offloading my burden of hatred and guilt and fear onto them.
Mm.
But if I go, no, this is just my own hatred,
Mm.
we have to look at it and we have to correct it. It becomes untenable.
Yeah, but hate is such a strong word as well. It's a really emotive word to be
Mm,
using there.
mm.
You know, it really.
But he uses it in the course quite often. The
Yeah,
reason is
yeah,
because it's
yeah, quite
designed to
often. But
push
yeah,
our buttons.
yeah, exactly.
It's designed to go, okay, it's just hatred. Let's be
Yeah,
honest about it. You
yeah.
you
No,
could
it's not even.
justify
It's
it in
not
all
even like
this.
a dislike. It's actually hate.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
Mm.
exactly. It's actually hatred, and you call it as like, oh, I don't really like that.
Yeah,
No, underneath that, you hate them.
yeah,
And that is so, in other words, you want to kill them, you want to destroy them because you think you're separate from them, and you think somehow by destroying them, that's going to save you.
yeah.
But if you really unpack that thought system, it doesn't make any sense. It's clearly insane. It clearly doesn't make sense. You think that by killing someone else, you're going to be saved? No, actually, you're going to feel even guiltier. So you're going to be even more fearful of punishment, and you'll bring that punishment upon yourself, and you're going to be punished and die as well. So their suffering also becomes your suffering. So how is that saving you in any way, shape, or form? But we've got to really look at this egoic thought system and really pick it apart to see this, because it's gone unexamined for too long. All of this stuff that goes on just seems to be normal. Oh, well, this is what happens. No, it's insanity that's happening.
Yeah.
But you see, when you really go to the depths of it, you look at the whole human experience and you go, it's crazy. It's mad. The whole thing's bonkers. There's elements of sanity only when people start actually loving unconditionally. That's when sanity starts coming into it. But if they're in the ego, it's completely insane and it makes no sense and it doesn't work. And so you can't justify it. So it has to go. I.e., my separate self concept has to go. But I don't want to look at that because I value my separate self. And there's the internal struggle.
Yeah.
So on one level, I can't stand it because this is horrible. And I should as a good person be doing something about it. And yet I don't want to do something about it because that's going to mean I'm going to have to let go of my self-concept, which I value above all else. Now, what a massive internal conflict that is. And that's why everyone's conflicted in this world, because of that internal struggle. And the only way of resolving it is to make a decision to be done with the ego. It's the only way of resolving it. It's the only way to inner peace. There's no other way. If you go, oh, okay, well, I'll carry on fudging it, you're never going to find inner peace because that conflict's always going to be there. If you go the wrong way and you go the evil direction, a la Hitler, Stalin, etc., then that's not going to work either. Because all of your fear and guilt and hatred, you might become the most powerful person in the world, but your mind is going to be a mess. You're going to have all kinds of guilt and fear, and eventually that's going to catch up with you. Karma's a bitch. It knows it doesn't respect race or creed or money or power. Your karma's your karma. It's going to get you. And so none of those tyrants died happy men. Mostly they came to a sticky end. Think of Hitler committed suicide. Who else? Saddam Hussein. I think he was killed.
Yeah, he was killed.
Yeah, he was killed. Mussolini got strung up. They hung him. Stalin, I think he died of old age, but he died in fear of his life. I mean, he was protected by bodyguards 24/7 because he was terrified someone would come and take him out.
Yeah.
Because he'd made so many enemies. Well, that's hardly a nice way to end your life. In total fear. I think he ended up being paranoid and delusional. So, the price of that was immense on those people, even though they seemed to have all the power the ego could give them. Actually, the ego was in charge of them. It had consumed their minds, and they'd become possessed by this egoic thought system. So they weren't even, the truth of them, their souls had been overridden. Didn't even know who they were. See, the most powerful man in the world, apparently, let's say Hitler in his peak, and yet you don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
Crazy, really. Look at Donald Trump. There it is again.
Yeah.
Seemingly the most powerful man in the world, but you have no idea who you are.
Yeah.
So is that really power, or is it actually weakness masquerading as power? So the many forms in which lack of true forgiveness may be carefully concealed. You've got all these normal thoughts which we don't question. All of this, well, this is normal, but we need to start questioning our normal thoughts.
Yeah.
That's why it says, at some point in the course, you need to question every single value that you hold. That's what this course is asking you to do. Because these normal thoughts, these normal beliefs and values are defenses which protect your unforgiving thoughts from being seen and recognized. And their purpose is to show you something else and hold correction off through self-deception made to take its place. Can you see how this happens in the world?
Yeah.
Over and over and over again, repeatedly, how it's actually systematically entrenched in our world. We live in this cloud of delusion. We live in the matrix. And it requires this kind of mind training to clear the clouds and be able to see beyond that. So you have your normal thoughts, which are just defenses, they're self-deceptions. Then you have unforgiving thoughts, which is all the toxic emotions that deny love, a refusal to love, tell our mind that we're in a state of opposition to God, alienation from God. That can be fear, hatred, anger, guilt, even a minor irritation. All of this is a justification for our separation from God. Because when we think those thoughts and we feel those feelings, we feel separate from our source. It's as simple as that. So any of this is an invitation to correction. So our real thought then says, no, this can't be, this isn't true. I'm willing to let this go. That's the correction. That's the miracle. It connects us with our deeper mind that is beyond thought. In our true awareness, in pure formless awareness of perfect love, we don't need real thoughts. We only need them to correct unforgiving thoughts. But that's a pretty important function and purpose while we still have unforgiving thoughts, because they need correction.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he says, your lovely image. I want to read that. Your self-deceptions can't take the place of truth.
Your self-deceptions cannot take the place of truth, no more than can a child who throws a stick into the ocean change the coming and the going of the tides, the warming of the water by the sun, the silver of the moon on it by night.
So none of our thoughts can change any of this stuff. And so he's using that as an analogy to say, well, your thoughts can't really change who you are. Your true being is beyond thought.
Yeah.
Fortunately. Otherwise, we'd be completely lost in thought, wouldn't we? If that wasn't the case, we would be condemned to the world of thought, time, space, everything that thought made, and there'd be no escape, which is what the ego is telling us. If that picture of reality is true, then there's no escape. Then you're human forever. You're just going to keep reincarnating, going back and back again, and trying to find some happiness and satisfaction in the world, which is all a bit depressing, really, because you know that hasn't worked. So something you says, no, but hang on, there's a problem with that because it hasn't worked for me. In fact, if I look honestly at the whole human experience, it actually hasn't worked for anyone. Let's be honest about
it. Yeah.
So I'm not, alone in my failure. It's the failure of the ego, essentially, and only the awakened beings of this world have shown us the way out of it. So am I going to listen to their advice or not? Okay, and then just read that, the tiny self-deceptive thoughts.
The tiny self-deceptive thoughts we throw into our minds cannot change our eternal oceanic minds, which ultimately respond only to the light, warmth, and the gravitational pull of God.
Yeah. So very relieving. Yes, so we can have these self-deceptive thoughts, but they can't actually change our true being. So nothing's really happened. You can just change your mind. And he says this is a very simple course. He means it. It's very simple. Just look at these thoughts honestly, realize how ridiculous they are, and let them go. It's as simple as that. But we struggle because we're so attached to the tiny self-deceptive thoughts because we think that's who we are. That's the problem. We think that the bunch of tiny self-deceptive thoughts makes up an identity which gives us our life. That's
Mm.
who we are. That's our existence.
Yeah.
That's the delusion.
Yeah.
Once we can free ourselves from that, then it's not really a problem. Okay, these are just ridiculous thoughts. They don't really mean anything. They don't have any meaning. They don't have any purpose. They don't have any value. They certainly don't make up an identity for me. They're just mistakes.
Mm.
They're just erroneous thoughts.
Mm.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what lies beyond that? Just the gravitation, just this being, just this presence
Yeah.
that I can sense. I don't even have to think about it. It's just a feeling.
Mm.
That's what lies beyond all that. Okay,
Yeah.
well, can I just invite that feeling? This light, the warmth, gravitational pull of God. It's this awareness that's pulling us back to
Mm.
itself.
Yeah.
It wants us to go back into that ocean of being and just rest there and just be content there.
Mm.
Because that's our true nature, that's our true state. And let go of the tiny self-deceptive thoughts on the surface that don't mean anything.
Yeah.
And fortunately, this is the truth. Fortunately, this is the
Mm.
case. So now our only job becomes, well, can you just do this? Can
Mm.
you just accept this as the truth? Apply the remedy that Yeshua's given you, right? Well, just become aware of these tiny self-deceptive thoughts and then let them go because they're ridiculous. Once you realize the ridiculousness of them and that they have no meaning or value or purpose, then the letting go is automatic.
Yeah.
But it's a whole re-education of your mind. Your whole entire thought system has
Yeah.
to be turned upside down
Mm.
because you've so identified with the tiny self-deceptive thoughts, you thought that that is you.
Mm.
And now you've got to let go of you. That's the problem. It's
Mm.
not really you, but you think it's you.
Yeah.
And there's the whole problem of the human condition in a nutshell. We
Yeah.
think the tiny self-deceptive thoughts that don't really mean anything,
Mm.
but we think that's our identity and that's our life. And without that, we cease to exist.
Mm.
It's a massive misidentification, a massive error, isn't it?
Mm.
But it can be easily corrected by just seeing them for what they are and saying, okay, well, just let them go. They don't mean anything.
Mm. And the way to let them go, Jonathan, is just to not dwell on it. So if a thought, an unloving thought comes in, is to just dismiss it, to let it go.
Recognize it as what it is. Okay, this is
Yeah.
just an
Yeah.
unloving thought. It's
Yeah.
not true. It's a
Yeah.
defense against the truth. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's only going to enslave my mind and cause me more pain and misery and unhappiness, and I'm done with that.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not going to entertain it.
Yeah.
But there's a whole lot of education that's had to go into that decision-making process.
Mm.
You really need to understand the ego. You need to understand what it does, what its motives are, how it works, to
Yeah.
have that kind of conversation with yourself, don't you?
Yeah. And also you need to be aware of what is an unloving thought, because as we discussed earlier, it can disguise itself as, sort
Yeah.
of something that is
So
justified,
you
so
need mind training. You need to be
yeah.
trained by a
So,
very good, rigorous teacher,
mm.
strict teacher, who's saying, okay, I'm going to help you to tell the difference
Mm.
between loving thoughts and unloving thoughts, between
Yeah.
truth and illusion.
Yeah.
I have to train you to distinguish between the two because if you cannot, there's
Mm.
no way you're going to be able to let go of the
Yeah.
unloving thoughts that are actually harming you.
Yeah, because a lot will just slip through the net.
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
slip through the cracks. You're not aware of them.
Yeah.
Unloving thought mixed up with loving thoughts.
Yeah.
And that's how most people live their lives. It's not
Yeah.
all unloving,
Yeah.
but it's a big mismatch.
Yeah.
And then they can't tell the difference between
Yeah.
what's true and what's not.
Yeah.
So it's a bag mess, and in the mess they can't make any proper decisions
Mm.
because I don't know what's true and what's not anymore. So I live in a state of confusion. And then are you surprised that your words and your actions are confused and
Yeah.
contradictory a lot of the time,
Yeah.
and that there's a lot of conflict because some might be okay and loving, and some
Mm.
might not be, but you can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
And that's the human predicament. That's where most people find themselves.
Yeah.
So he's just saying, okay, well, let's be honest about the problem. The problem is in your mind. You actually are very confused. Your mind's very undisciplined. You have no idea what's true and what's not. But I'll help you. I'll teach you the difference. And as he says, a very simple course. You think, well, yeah, that's actually very simple, very straightforward. You just need to learn what's true and what's not.
Yeah.
And once you've done this course for many years, you get it. It's like it's so simple. It's really not complicated at all. But in the beginning, you can't see the wood for the trees.
Yeah.
So it's very complicated. You're reading this stuff and you're like, I'm trying to sort out what's true and what's not. And the ego's obviously having its say and saying, no, this is rubbish. You need to listen to me. And so you go through this period of a lot of vacillation, a lot of internal struggle between those thought systems.
Yeah.
Until, if you persist, eventually the truth wins out. And eventually you go, well, yeah, it just makes sense. I can't accept anything else because this is really the only thing that makes sense if I'm being honest with myself. And I have to be honest with myself because you start to become acutely aware of your own self-deception. And then you're like, I can't stand it anymore. I can't deceive myself anymore because I can see through it. So that's the Holy Spirit, right? Seeing through the self-deceptions that previously you could tolerate.
Yeah.
Now it's going, no, I can't stomach that. That's not okay.
Yeah.
So it's a radical self-honesty that's required, and you can be very uncomfortable in that self-honesty. It's not a comfortable process at all. Because you have to look at your own lack of love, your own lack of integrity, your own listening to the ego, and what you've said and done from that, and just be really honest about it and go, okay, I see that clearly.
Yeah.
And I'm not damned because of that. I'm not condemned. I'm actually saved because I can see this. Thank God I can see this, because only through this awareness can I correct it.
Yeah.
And logical. You can't fix an error if you're not even aware of the error.
Yeah.
So that's the simple process. That's all he's training us to do. Just become aware of what's true and what's not true. And then the choice becomes obvious. Once you know that something's true and something's not, and you know that very clearly, how can you choose what's untrue? That it would be insane to do that.
Yeah.
So you just you can't do it anymore. You can only choose untruth when you deceive yourself and you think that the untruth is true and right and real and that this is correct. And so he's got to educate us out of that delusion, which is exactly what this mind training is about. My mind holds only what I think with God. So if you could just apply this, you would be enlightened.
Yeah.
No other thought would enter your mind other than perfect loving awareness and unconditional love.
Yeah.
Simple in concept, isn't it?
Yeah.
But to actually do that, okay, just try and go a whole day without thinking any unloving thoughts.
Yeah.
See how you get on, and about
Yeah.
5 minutes, you'll probably have already thought something unloving.
Yeah.
Hugh Len, was the guy who created the Ho'oponopono system.
Yeah.
He said, I set myself a challenge every day to think only loving thoughts, to not. And he said, every day I fail, but like it sharpens my awareness. At least, it's a practice. I still haven't succeeded. I still haven't got through one day without thinking an unloving thought. But, I keep trying.
Yeah.
So, that's the practice. Whenever you become aware of them, okay, it's not a sin. You're not condemned. In fact, you're practicing the course by noticing it and then choosing to let it go.
Yeah.
So my mind holds only what I think with God. What we're doing here is we're spending time with the central idea, really sharpening our vigilance, and then we're journeying into the depths of it using the 20 review ideas as key supports in that process. So each idea then reinforces the key idea. Okay, my mind holds only what I think with God. And these are aspects like that maybe I need to become aware of. Today's lesson, all about sickness and so on. We need to become aware of that in order to correct that aspect of our ego. That's why it gives us different lessons, because the ego is multifaceted. Okay, so a couple more slides and we'll get to the lesson. Just as the tides move, can we read that?
Just as the tides move in perfect responsiveness to the moon and the water, and the water warms in perfect responsiveness to the sun, so the ocean of our mind thinks in perfect responsiveness to God. We cannot help but respond to his pull, be warmed by his sunshine, receive and reflect his moonlight. In our true mind, we yield to him as naturally and completely as the ocean yields to the sun and the moon.
So we totally accept that that's our source, that's our true nature, there's no resistance to that. That's what surrender to God means. But you can't be a separate self and also do that. That's the problem for the ego, anyway. So I want enlightenment, but I want to be a separate self. No, you can't have both. Sorry. It doesn't work. It's one or the other. And there's many teachers and teachings that try and compromise and fudge on that, but you can't. You can't be a separate self, i.e. an ego, and also awaken. Because awakening is realizing the ego is a delusion, so you can't identify with it anymore. And that's the simple truth. That's the perennial philosophy. That's the truth on which the perennial philosophy is based. That simple idea. You can't do both. It's one or the other.
Yeah. Have you heard this phrase, Jonathan, where, to be fully human and fully divine? Again, is that a paradox or is that possible?
Yeah, no, it's nonsense.
Yeah.
You can't be fully human and fully divine because they contradict each other.
Yeah.
So you can't be fully both of them. That's again a dualistic idea that's compromising, that keeps the ego alive.
Yeah.
It's an ideal that has anyone ever reached that ideal? To be fully human and fully divine. Was Jesus fully human? No, he transcended the human condition very evidently because he resurrected. The Buddha, what was he fully human? No, he came, like, what he was teaching was beyond human. What he was teaching was a love that was not human. He was teaching ways of thinking that were not conventionally human. So he transcended the human condition. Yeah, he taught people from their condition. He met them where they were, but it was always about lifting them out of that, raising them above the human condition. So that makes a mockery of you could be fully human and fully divine. No, they were making a choice to be divine and not human.
Yeah.
So you got to be really vigilant of that kind of spurious teaching because it's dualistic and it might sound wise, but it's just going to confuse you in that. You're going to be like, well, how do I be fully human? Okay, so fully human means, well, I'm a body, I'm engaged in the world, all these human activities mean something. And then divine is like, no, none of it means anything. Well, how do I reconcile those two? They're complete opposites. How can I be fully both of them?
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna like be schizophrenic.
Yeah.
So you can't, and that's again the simple teaching of the course. You can't do both. You have to choose one or the other. And he's trying to give us the mind training to make the correct choice.
Yeah.
So that's why you can't reconcile this with so many other teachings. It doesn't reconcile. Like a teaching that says be fully human and fully divine, you cannot reconcile it with the Course in Miracles, as hard as you might try. Maybe some people have tried. But like if you're honest about it, he's not saying that at all. You could quote hundreds of passages in the Course where that's clearly not the case. He's not saying, he never says you're going to become fully human and fully divine. Ever in the course. If someone says he says that is not true, there's not a course quote. That is their own interpretation of the course, which then you've got to be really suspicious of, because maybe they're interpreting that way because their ego can't hack it. It can't handle the full truth. So they try and somehow twist the message to suit themselves, to suit the ego. That happens all the time. In every spiritual path, it's happened since time immemorial. People twist it to suit, whatever they wanted to tell them. And then, of course, the teaching loses its purity. It becomes distorted and corrupted. And that's happened over and over and over again, because people couldn't just accept the simple truth because it was too radical. So they oh no, he couldn't have meant that. The master couldn't have meant that. We're going to change it. We'll just twist his words and massage it a bit and change it. And especially if you've got different language, very easy in the translation to get it even further wrong, isn't it? Now it gets translated into different language. Oh well, we'll just put that word in because that's how we want it to be. When actually in the original language, the word wasn't the same. It meant something different. And that's how it gets distorted. And so fortunately we now have, Yeshua's come back and he said, okay, I'm just going to give you my teaching. Here it is, plain and simple. Bang, there it is. It's pretty straightforward. You look at the language, like how do you not be clear about what he's saying here? It's so absolutely clear that, like, who could question it, who could doubt it? And yet people did. Experienced course teachers who should have known better didn't just read what he said and say, okay, well, let's just take it at face value. That's what he said, so why are we trying to change it? Because we know better, because our egos know better. So again, honesty. You've got to be really honest with yourself about this and say no exceptions. I'm not going to make exceptions because the course doesn't make exceptions. Yeshua doesn't make exceptions. Exceptions are how the ego survives. No exceptions mean I'm pulling the plug on the ego entirely, and it's a goner. And of course, it's not going to like that. Of course, it's going to want you to make the exceptions because that keeps it alive. Simple as that. Okay, last couple of slides. Seeing the gifts laid for you and the 2 review ideas. If you want to read that.
Seeing the gifts God laid for you in the 2 review ideas. Those 2 review ideas ultimately come from God through the Holy Spirit. As such, God laid gifts in each one for you to have of him. Indeed, he laid shining meaning in each word. A cursory look at the rock won't do it. The vein of gold only becomes plain when you look long enough. Twin keys to a successful second phase of the longer exercises in which we repeat our 2 review ideas. First, use the preceding 5 minutes to genuinely attune your mind to God's mind, thus sensitizing it to his ideas. And second, repeat the 2 ideas slowly, unhurriedly, with the sense that you are using time for its intended purpose, with time enough to see the gifts which they contain for you.
Yeah, so it's a contemplation. In the Christian tradition, they call this contemplatio. You would spend time with a Bible verse typically, and you just read it, and you'd reflect on it, and you'd allow the words to sort of settle into your mind, and some other thoughts to come. And you wouldn't rush it. It would be like, okay, I'm just going to contemplate on this 1 or 2 verses. That's in fact how Martin Luther had his revelation that kicked off the whole Reformation. He contemplated on 1 verse that is not by works but by grace that we are saved. That simple verse. He couldn't get his head around, so he just spent time with it. He sat with it. He wrestled with it until eventually he had a breakthrough. It took him the whole night, and that insight then drove all of his work from that point on, which kicked off the Reformation. of Europe, which kicked off the Industrial Revolution, which has brought us here. So that's how powerful this contemplation can be, right? An insight that can change the world.
Yeah.
And then he also says, do hourly practice.
Yeah.
So my mind holds only what I think with God. We need to find ways to keep the central thought alive. So instead we enter ever more deeply into its real meaning. Over the course of review, the idea should become more alive, more meaningful, and more emotion-filled.
Mm.
So we've got 10 days to kind of deepen into this, is what it's saying.
Mm.
Thought of this using this analogy of synchronizing your breath with someone else's. Also thought of myself being a section of a river that merely receives the flow of water that comes to it, and then passes that flow on.
Mm.
And then maybe you want to read the last little bit. I think we all have a constant sense.
I think we all have a constant sense of being impure, a sense that comes from thinking impure thoughts. We are constantly letting guests with muddy shoes into the house of our mind. As a result, the house is full of mud and we feel the effects. We feel like we are living in a dirty house. What would it feel like to know that every single guest is shining with rays of perfect purity? How would we feel about your pristine house?
Yeah. So quite a nice analogy. Just saying, these thoughts you allow into your mind, and the more those thoughts come in, the more grubby your internal house becomes. The house of your mind.
Yeah.
The more grubby it becomes, and the more fragile it becomes. So these thoughts matter. They really do. Thoughts get translated into words, into actions, into the body's biochemistry, into sickness or health.
Yeah.
They create your entire reality.
Mm.
So why are we not taught to be more vigilant of our thoughts?
Mm.
Why wouldn't this be the first thing that you taught people,
Mm.
rather than teaching them mindless facts about geography and history and
Yeah.
no, teach them about their own mind, teach them how to manage their mind. That's the most valuable skill, because all the other stuff you can just look up now. I mean, it's actually, you don't need to know it. You just, okay, well, we've got the tools now to just ask about anything we need to know. So it's almost making that old educational model totally redundant, isn't it?
Yeah.
AI, it's just completely well, what's the point of learning all this stuff
Mm.
when you've got the most advanced intelligence known to man that's ever been invented? They can just tell you. If you need to know something, just ask it, and it'll give you the information you need. In fact, it'll give you interpretation, it'll give you insights, it'll give you how do you apply this information to this particular situation. So you don't need to go and study all this body of knowledge anymore. You just need to know how to think correctly.
Yeah.
That now becomes primary. Hopefully, AI will facilitate that. Gone will be the days where you get paid a lot of money for learning a whole bunch of facts over 8 years that you now store in your mind, because it becomes irrelevant. You don't
Yeah.
need to remember all this stuff. Memory becomes
Mm.
irrelevant largely,
Mm.
because you can just check anything, and then it becomes about, okay, so now how am I thinking about this? How am I perceiving this? That becomes critical. So from that point of view, it's a good thing. It brings us more into the now, takes us out of the past into the now. Okay, so there's only what's going on now. I don't have to remember too much. I can be much more present, because any information that I need, I can just ask and it's there.
Mm.
So I don't have to clutter my mind up with loads of different stuff. But Deborah was saying, one of her challenges, she remembers everything. She's got a visual picture of everything. Take snapshots, like photographic memory. But the problem with that is it's just going to clutter up your mind.
Well, I have the opposite, in that I have difficulty retaining and recalling information.
Yeah.
I've read so much and everything, but when I try to remember, earlier I was trying to remember those statistics of that veterans knee surgery. I only saw the video, what was it, a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
already I've forgotten, what the
Yeah.
numbers are.
Yeah. But that
So,
just means you process information differently.
yeah.
It doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means, okay, that part of your mind isn't as
Well,
engaged.
it's just
Memory.
I just kind of like don't recall it. That's
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I recall some things, but
Yeah.
like little details.
Mm,
But that's not necessarily a bad thing,
mm,
because it means you're much more open and to the present moment.
mm,
If you've got a bunch of stuff cluttering your mind, all memory, facts, figures,
yeah.
like where's the open awareness? Where's the clear awareness to just
Mm,
be like, okay, I'm
mm,
open to ideas, my mind's clear and empty, and I'm open to inspiration.
mm,
Well, largely that gets cluttered up by all of those facts and figures. So, the classic is, if you look at, say, academics, let's say they've studied, they've gone into a very advanced level, they've, master's, PhD,
mm,
etc. Their minds are so full of what they've learned that there's
mm,
very little room for creativity.
yeah.
And that, this has been studied. They say, if you want to remain creative in any discipline, don't go beyond honors level.
Mm,
Because as soon as you go to masters and then do your doctorate, you become too cluttered up with
mm,
the existing body of knowledge, which you've
mm.
had to study and learn as though it's fact, as though this is, but often it's wrong. Maybe it's actually not true. But
Yeah,
you've
there's so
you've
much
had
of
to
it
learn it,
obviously.
and now, like, learn it and study it and then
Mm,
write a dissertation about it, and so it becomes true to you.
yeah.
And now there's no openness to question it and say, well, hang on, maybe that's not true. So Einstein, interestingly, very, very bright, but he didn't do a doctorate. He
Mm,
never did master's honors. He studied, but he didn't take it to that level,
mm,
because if he'd gone that level, he would have been educated out of the creativity that gave birth
mm,
to the theory of relativity, and because it was original thinking. It
mm,
wasn't being taught
mm,
in the institutions of his time. In
mm,
fact, his professor was like, originally rejected it, said, no, this is, the theory of relativity is an outrage, and etc. Except it wasn't. It was true.
mm,
So eventually he had to accept it.
mm,
So I think, don't clutter your mind up with unnecessary facts.
mm,
Just, I think there's an intelligence that absorbs all of it, and that somehow there's a knowing,
mm,
right? And that's the Holy Spirit. It's like, okay, so there's a wisdom there, there's a knowing that in any situation, like, whatever I need will be given. I
mm,
don't have to know everything up front. I don't have to study religiously and know every possible fact under the sun about something to make the right decision, because I'll be guided
yeah.
as and when I need. And now we've got AI. So, like, if you need to know anything, just
Mm,
just type it in, and it'll give you, like, there we go.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It'll give you like an expert opinion in a matter
Mm,
of seconds.
mm,
So you don't need to retain all that. You just need to go, okay, if I need to know it, I can go out, I can read it. Yeah, yeah, okay, great. All right, I can use that to solve a problem, to make a better decision, but I don't necessarily have to retain all that information.
mm,
It's kind of like, yeah, if I need to know it, I can always look it up again.
mm,
And I think that's very freeing, because I think this,
mm,
like, memory, I like the thing that the subject in all of my academic career that I couldn't stand the most was auditing,
mm,
because they made you learn these lists. I kid you not, we had like 100 lists
mm,
of information to learn by rote, like a
mm,
list of 10 things.
mm,
And then in the exam, they'd ask you, okay, so what are the 10 factors that, you know, contribute to good auditing, or whatever it was?
mm, mm,
And you had to repeat the list
mm,
verbatim.
mm.
I was like, that's ridiculous. That's not education. That's just a memory test.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
want me to memorize a whole lot of lists and then regurgitate the correct list for your question?
Mm,
That's ridiculous.
mm.
So it's just a memory test. And you've got so many lists, you've had to memorize
Yeah.
100 lists. How do you know which list is going to fit which question?
Yeah.
So then, like, I was just insane. Like, I was just like,
Mm,
this is stupid. So on that basis, I was like, I'm not going to do auditing and
mm,
accounting. Sorry, no.
mm.
There's a part of your mind's like, no, I'm not corrupting my mind with that, because that is not intelligent. That's
Yeah.
just like memory. If you've got a really good memory, you spend hours and hours memorizing these ridiculous lists,
Mm,
then you're going to do well on your exam. Sorry, that's not education. You're not teaching us to think.
Mm.
I also did my, practical where it's like it's a box ticking exercise. Okay, there's the pack from last year. Go and do that test. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. People get paid money to do this. Like good money as well. This is like some respected profession. And you're just like, it's a bloody box ticking exercise. It doesn't require any intelligence whatsoever. I was like, no, sorry, like I can't subject myself to 3 years of this. I'll go mad.
Yeah.
3 weeks was enough. I was like,
Yeah.
3 weeks of back work. Thank God I'm out of there. I can go back to, a nice time at university. But then it was like, okay, now I've got 3 years of this. Oh my God. How am I gonna handle that? And the answer is I would have had to suppress all of that intuition, that creativity. I would have had to suppress it because you can't do both. You can't be like highly creative, intuitive person and then also like sit ticking boxes all your
Yeah.
8 hours a day. It just doesn't work, does it? So it it,
Yeah.
it knocks the creativity out of people. And I was like, I'm not prepared to go through a so-called education system that's going to do that to me because it's not the way I want my mind to go. I mean, I didn't have it quite as eloquently worked out as I now can conceive of it. But there
Yeah.
was a part of me that was like, no,
Yeah.
that's going too far.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've done my degree. I'm happy I've done that. I've learned what I need to learn. But no, if I go further, it's going to start corrupting my mind. And
Yeah.
I can see how the system, again, accounting, audit, all very conservative, prudent, how this is corrupting my mind. I can see that.
Yeah.
I even wrote an article about it in my fourth year of university, which got published actually. I'm a published author in accountancy essay, basically saying that auditing is not actually doing companies a favor because it's too controlling and it doesn't promote creativity and innovation. So it needs to be tempered. And again, that was the scientific materialist paradigm, prudence coming in, trying to like control my. Now, most people just go, all right, I'll allow that because it pays me well and I get status and it gives me rewards. The matrix gives me some rewards. The rare person says no. I'll go the road less traveled. I'll say no to all that. And go in a different direction. Thank God I did, because I mean, if I'd done auditing, who knows what I might have become. I probably would have been very unhappy, and I probably would have done something at some point and gone, stuff this, but that might have been a major midlife crisis, or, it might have taken 20 years to wake up. I might have been, really unhappy and miserable in a corporate career. Who knows? But I just said no, like it's not for me. Sorry, like money can't buy me, essentially. And much to my father's horror, he was not happy at all. It's like, you did what? You said no to a good career in accountancy? What are you doing? You're throwing your life away. Like, no, I'm reclaiming my life. Actually, I'm saying no to a system that is controlling and manipulative, and I just see it. But it's a rare person who sees that early.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was very, I was lucky that like something in me was just like, no,
Yeah.
don't. And I had an out in that I could play good squash, so I had a kind of semi-legitimate escape. Okay, yes, I want to go play squash. But actually, it was, if I look back on it, was my escape from a system that I felt was suffocating me, was controlling. It was like, oh, this is getting too much now. I need out. I need a way out. Okay, go and play squash, which so it served its purpose.
Yeah.
All right, so that leads us nicely into our lesson.
It's already almost 10 to 9, Jonathan.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So we'll do the lesson for meditation. But it's been fascinating. Yeah, we could have done the text instead, but I thought this was really interesting.
Yeah.
It really just shows you, how powerful these ideas are. This is all in the introduction, if you really want to go and delve into it. And then if you relate it to the world and so on, and bring in the examples, I think it becomes doubly powerful because you start to see I think that's the key thing. People have got to see how this course really does apply to the world that seemingly is outside of them and to their life. And that it is actually a very, very helpful practical teaching. That they need to learn. If they want to learn to get to grips with their life, they need to learn this.
Yeah.
And I understand the world in a completely different way. That's radical. It's different, but it's very helpful for their mental and emotional health and physical health and well-being. Simple, like these ideas promote health and well-being, and other ideas, the alternative does not. I think the evidence is very clear in that. So we just got to look at the evidence like any good scientist would and say, okay, well, it should be obvious what works and what doesn't work. All right, so let's read the two ideas. We can discuss each one.
My mind awareness holds only what I think with God, perfect loving awareness.
So I notice when I started, I made a pure formless awareness of perfect love, but actually perfect loving awareness in this context really works.
It does.
Because it's that perfect loving awareness that then becomes the yardstick by which to judge any thought. Okay, is that perfect loving awareness? Is that coming from perfect loving awareness? If you're honest, it's a fear thought, or if it's an attack thought, you can't honestly say, yes, that's perfect loving awareness, because it's clearly not coming from love. It's clearly contradicting love. So that's why the language change is really helpful, because what I think with God can be very highfalutin, conceptual. Oh, yeah, I think only with God, I'm so holy, etc. But actually, what does that mean? What does God mean? It means perfect loving awareness in your own mind, in your own awareness.
Yeah.
And no one, if you're being honest, can say a fear thought or an attack thought, i.e., a thought of hatred, is perfect loving awareness.
Yeah.
You've been completely dishonest if you say that hatred is perfect loving awareness. So by using that term, you help yourself to identify what is contradictory to that more clearly. And that's all that the lessons are for. The words are just helpful tools for this transformation of your mind to take place. That's all they're there for. So when people go, you're changing the words, it's sacrilege. No, that's just BS. You use whatever's helpful. If the words are helpful, then use them. And if they're not, then change them.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if I defend myself, I'm attacked.
Yeah. If I defend myself, I'm attacked. Sickness is a defense against the truth.
So those kind of go quite nicely together as a little sort of pack. If I defend myself, I'm attacked. Okay. So whenever I take any defense against myself on any level, so that might be a vaccine, that might be a pill, that might be putting barbed wire on my property, arming myself in some way, getting a gun. People do it in all kinds of ways, don't they? Insurance. Oh, I'm scared of something, so let me get more insurance, etc. What I'm really saying is that I'm vulnerable. And in that moment, I'm really acknowledging attack. So whenever I defend myself, I'm automatically attacking myself. If I defend myself, I'm believing in the reality of attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to defend myself, would I? Again, you've got to be really honest about it. Oh, but this is all normal. All these forms of defense that are built into the very structure of society that are considered normal and completely acceptable. He's asking us to look at all of them and say, no, these are all forms of attack on my mind. Again, so just pretty radical. Okay, so like I've got to look at all these forms of defense, recognize them for what they are, and let them go. And then people get scared because, if I don't have my defenses, then I'm vulnerable. But the irony of it is, no, you're actually more vulnerable because of your defenses. Because whenever you defend yourself, you're saying, I believe in the reality of attack, that I can actually be attacked, that I'm a human being who's weak, who's vulnerable, and these defenses are then justified.
Mm.
So you reinforce that weak victim identity, which there's the whole problem. That then causes all of your pain and suffering and misery.
Mm.
So again, completely counterintuitive to the ego.
Mm.
Don't defend yourself. The ego says, but that's how I'm going to stay safe.
Yeah.
The Holy Spirit says, no, that's how you maintain the illusion that you're not safe,
Mm.
that you're attacked.
Mm.
So that you see, the two things can't be reconciled. It's going to be one or the other.
Mm.
And that is the fundamental split in the world.
Mm.
That's why it's a world of duality, because you've got these two thought systems and they don't reconcile.
Yeah.
And we have to choose. That's our task in this world, to choose between them.
Mm.
And we do that by becoming aware of what's true and what's not. And then the choice becomes obvious and logical.
Mm.
So that education process, that mind training, is becoming aware of what's true and what's not. That's what he dedicates most of the course to. Because once we're aware, we're going to make the right choice by default. He doesn't have to tell us to do that. We're just going to naturally do that. Because we realize not doing that is delusional and we're hurting ourselves. But if you want to believe in the illusions of defense, then you're going to say that this is bullshit, aren't you?
Mm.
You're going to say, no, this isn't true. This kind of can't be true. And you're going to reject it because you want to maintain the defenses.
Mm.
And then he takes it even further. Okay, so that wasn't enough. Take this one. Sickness is defense against the truth.
Mm.
That's going to push a few buttons, isn't it? Especially if you've used sickness as a defense against the truth for a long time.
Mm.
Oh no, I'm really sick, and my doctor says I'm sick, and like I've got a medical condition, it's been diagnosed, and all of this kind of stuff comes up, and you see then how that system plays into that.
Mm.
The medical system justifies that sickness is real and true, and therefore a defense against the truth. So that whole system is a defense against the truth.
Mm.
Wow.
Mm.
Okay. So on that basis, then it has to go.
Mm.
Pull the plug on, a multi-trillion-dollar industry, just
Mm.
like that.
Mm.
But you can see why this isn't going to be well accepted in certain circles,
Mm.
because people earn their livelihoods from defense against the truth.
Mm.
They earn good money and have a whole lifestyle based on the defense against the truth.
Yeah.
Whole industries, think of medical industry,
Mm.
insurance industry,
Yeah.
tax and accounting, all this prudence, just defense industry, the
Yeah.
drug industry, part of the medical industry, I suppose, but
Yeah.
it's worth naming in its own right.
Yeah.
The fear industry is a huge industry globally, massive. Fear
Mm.
and desire are the two primary motivators
Mm.
for any buying decision, aren't they? You're either
Mm.
going to desire something or you're going to fear something,
Yeah.
or it's a combination of the two.
Mm.
I desire something, but I fear missing out on something. So both
Mm.
of those motivate you in a certain direction.
Mm. Yeah, that was one of the recent lessons, wasn't it? About fear and desire. I remember that was in over the last few days, wasn't there?
Yeah,
The lesson on that. Um,
yeah. It was I think in my commentary of how fear and desire are the primary motivating factors
mm.
in most people's decision making.
Yeah.
And neither of them are coming from the truth. So then most of their decisions are coming from the ego,
Yeah.
the untruth. And then if billions of people do that, are we surprised that we have a world that we have
Mm.
based on untruth, based on lies, based on illusions,
Mm.
which are perpetuated every time someone makes a decision from their fear or their desire?
Mm.
But this is so deeply entrenched into the fabric of the human mind, the psyche, as well as the fabric of society,
Mm.
that people don't question it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just normal. Yeah, I mean, think of the US. There's again a great case study in fear and desire.
Mm.
A society built on craving, on desire for certain things, and on keeping yourself safe and protecting yourself from other things. And
Yeah.
that goes into complete overdrive and it's not questioned. And the whole society just buys into that literally.
Mm.
Well, where does it end up?
Mm.
In a very sick society, let's be
Mm.
honest. It's one of the sickest societies on the planet.
Yeah. And one of the most unhappiest as
Yeah.
well.
Well, 'cause sickness it goes
Yeah.
along with
Yeah.
unhappiness. Yet they
Yeah.
have the greatest level of material prosperity and wealth of any society in human history. Per
Yeah.
capita income is unheard of,
Mm.
way, way more than so many other countries, and yet some of the sickest, fattest, unhappiest people in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, so clearly there's a wheel off. Clearly, the thought system behind it is faulty.
Mm.
So it's not, you can't just fix it systemically and go, okay, well, let's just change the system. No, you've got to change the thought system behind it. That's
Yeah.
the whole culture
Yeah.
needs to change.
Yeah.
Because mindset needs to change.
Mm.
That's what's required. That's the real revolution, which is happening in parts, but largely 90-95% of people still just follow the system, still
Yeah.
doing, what the matrix tells them to do because it makes good business.
Yeah.
Even though it produces a profoundly sick society, it's good
Mm.
for business, it's good for the bottom line. Yeah, we make lots of money. Yeah, but at the expense of
Mm.
the well-being of millions of people.
Yeah.
And your whole society is rotten to the core. So, like, is that really clever?
Mm.
And actually, every society, Mel Gibson made this comment in one of his movies about the Mayans. Every society destroys itself first from within before it is destroyed from without.
Yeah.
A very profound quote by it was some historian said it, who studied these ancient cultures, and he
Mm.
studied the Mayans. So
Mm.
it was a movie made about the Mayans, and then like what they were doing to each other was pretty brutal. Actually, they were like beheading and enslaving, and
Yeah.
there's a story about a guy who gets taken as captives to the other tribes sort of head city, and then he was going to be beheaded, human sacrifice.
Mm.
That's what those big structures were for.
Mm.
They would do human sacrifices on them, and somehow managed to escape, um, and then find his way back to his village. And then the last scene is he ends up on the beach, and there's two guys pursuing him, and they just are gobsmacked because they see the Spanish rowing to shore.
Mm.
And that's like, okay, you first destroyed yourself from within. You became weak from within, and
Mm.
then someone more powerful than you came and did exactly what you were doing to the weaker tribes.
Mm.
They came and did that to you.
Yeah.
You destroyed yourself first from within because all of that, and it was pretty brutal actually.
Yeah. What
Like,
was the name of the film, Jonathan? Can you?
what was it called?
Yeah, it's not one I've seen.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find it for you. And I'll find the quote.
Mm.
This is the beauty of when memory fails you. Mel Gibson
Mm.
film about the Mayan. Let's see if that works. Apocalypto. That's right. I just thought,
Oh,
was it
okay.
called Apocalypse?
Yeah, I've
I
heard
had
of
that
it,
in
but
my mind.
yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
2006 epic action adventure. Pretty brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
like a bit like kind of. He also made Passion of the Christ. You know,
Yes.
like
Yeah.
whoa, like really pretty
Mm,
gruesome, brutal. But you know, I guess that was what was happening.
mm,
It was realistic. During the decline of the Maya Empire, follows a young hunter
mm,
tries to escape human sacrifice and rescue his family. So yeah, the plot was he'd left his family covered up, right? To because they were slaughtering the women and the children, they were taking the
mm,
men.
mm,
So he put them in a hole and he covered
mm.
them up with bamboo and stuff, so they
Yeah.
didn't know they were there.
Yeah.
But he knew that the rains were coming and that they were when the monsoon came, the
Yeah.
hole would fill and they would
Yeah.
drown
Yeah. Okay.
because they couldn't swim.
Mm,
So well, you know, they just wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't rise fast. If it happened all at once, they would just float to the top. But
mm,
it would go like halfway, and then they
mm,
would be, you know, and they wouldn't be able to. So you had to race back to
mm.
rescue them from their hole. In
Yeah.
meantime, he's got these, you know, the other tribe in hot pursuit because he's escaped. And they're
Mm,
like, oh, you can't let him escape. So, and then he's running through the jungle, and he uses his jungle knowledge. That's one.
mm,
But the last scene was really telling.
mm.
He arrives on the beach, and these guys are just, and they come after him. He's like, well, I'm like, kind of, he's done for, but they're just so gobsmacked that they don't even know what to do because they just like it doesn't make any sense to them. You know, they see these Spanish rowing to shore,
Mm,
and they're like, whoa, like, okay, who are these people? You know,
mm.
like we can't even get ahead of it, so we forget it. They totally forgot about him, and that allowed him to escape
Yeah.
because they were so gobsmacked. So there was a bit of a grace. But
Mm,
yeah, I mean, it's a hard watch, but it's
mm, mm.
worth watching because you see the brutality of the ego's thought system
Yeah.
and how it can be overcome. You know, he had courage, the hero's journey, the hero overcomes it through courage and faith and some divine like he was literally next to be executed and then the priest says no the sun's not right or it's not in alignment or there's an eclipse or something. I
Yeah.
think he was saved by an eclipse and they were like oh the
Mm.
sign's not right. The
Yeah.
sun's gone. Okay, we've got to stop and resume tomorrow. And that gave him. And then I think he hid amongst the dead bodies. They chucked all the dead bodies in a great pile. I mean,
Mm.
oh, it's just imagine the stench.
Yeah.
And so he got chucked in there, and then he was still alive and ran off. And they were like, "Oh, he's still alive." And then this hot pursuit. That's the movie.
Mm.
Anyway, and what's the quote? Mel Gibson. Um, let's find it. Quote from Mel Gibson film about the Mayans. Yeah, there you go. A great civilization is not conquered without until it has destroyed
So,
itself from within.
yeah. Yeah.
Will Durant, famous
Good.
historian.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So that's been the case throughout human history. So the
Mm.
American
Yeah.
civilization will be the same.
Yeah. Well,
Destroy
it happened
yourself.
to the Roman Empire, didn't it? That
Yeah,
was the slow fall.
it becomes corrupted. The
Yeah.
original values and ethics, which
Yeah.
started off being quite good, then get corrupted.
Yeah.
The whole society corrupts because the principles on which it's founded are
Mm.
corrupt, and then it fails.
Yeah.
And that's just happened repeatedly. So what's new? Nothing's new. It's
Mm.
already failing. That society, that civil, it's failing. You can
Mm.
see it.
Yeah.
And then as it fails, others will turn upon it and say, okay, now you were the great conquerors. Now we'll take you out.
Mm.
That's just because they've invited that.
Mm.
Because if you go and attack everyone else, what do you expect is going to happen?
Mm.
So it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out in the next decade
Mm.
too. But
Yeah.
I think we're in the dying throes of that culture, really,
Yeah.
civilization, culture, whatever. It's like okay, it's been shown to be a bankrupt culture and philosophy, and it's got to go, and then something
Mm.
else come in to replace it.
Mm.
Hopefully more positive, but I mean, what a great learning for everyone to look at and say, well, we'll look at, when materialism goes into overdrive and you think that all of your problems can be resolved materially, This is what happens.
Yeah.
Has it worked? No, let's be honest, it hasn't worked at all. So then clearly that, the philosophy on which it was founded, the pursuit of happiness, as it was stated in the founding document of that whole culture, is
Yeah.
wrong. They got it wrong from the start.
Yeah.
And then, that error just gets magnified over generations. Um, Initially, it wasn't too bad. There were some morals and ethics and family values and all of that. But as soon as TV came in, as soon as they invented TV and had all these commercials, it just went bonkers. In the 50s. Everything just literally in 10 years, that entire culture had changed because of TV. Quite extraordinary. Okay, so we do touch on a lot though. It's interesting, isn't it? All
Yeah.
these like touching points of history and
Yeah.
movies, and
Yeah.
that's the whole point. It's like it's all learning uh, that the truth is true, and it's true throughout, and there are really no exceptions to it.
Yeah.
Fortunately. All right, so shall we do a meditation
That would be great.
on this?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a moment to get my.
And then that will set me up nicely for bed.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. I'm just going to get my phone is just guide. Just going to get that open. Is that opening? Yep, there we go. Oh, it's getting dark earlier, isn't it?
I know, it really is. Yeah.
It's just that in August you start noticing it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're going the other way. We're going
Yeah.
into
That's right.
going
Yeah,
into
we're
winter.
heading towards the shortest day in
Yeah,
Canada.
yeah.
Yeah.
The first part of summer is always nicer.
Mm.
But
Mm.
anyway, it's just now. If you just accept that, it's like, well,
Mm.
it's only ever now, then there's no problem, is it?
No,
Well, okay, so
exactly.
right now it's getting dark. Right.
Yeah.
And when it gets cold, it'll get cold.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
That's right.
When it starts raining, it starts raining.
Exactly.
It's inevitable. So it actually needs to because
Yeah.
it's so dry.
Oh my gosh. It's
Crazy.
really, really, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen the UK this dry.
Mm.
All right. Anyway, let's move on from those illusions. So just where's the want? Okay. So this is a meditation on today's lesson, which is another review lesson, 148. We're on to. So just making yourself comfortable, sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight, up your hands in your lap. Close your eyes and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile. Scan your mind. Notice whatever thoughts are going on and remind yourself of the key idea of this lesson and all the review lessons we've been doing over the last few days. That my mind or awareness, if you prefer awareness to mind, use that. My mind or awareness holds only what I think with God. And the alternative to God is perfect, loving awareness. So my mind holds only what I think with God. Breathe in on that, or my awareness holds only what I think with perfect loving awareness. Just contemplate, reflect on either version of the idea, whichever works better for you, and apply it to whatever you're thinking. So notice your thoughts, notice the quality of any thoughts. Does the thought feel nice, pleasant, open, spacious, aware, or does it feel a bit limiting, contracted, unpleasant? Is that thought creating suffering for you? In other words, in some way, shape, or form. So if it is, just remind yourself that my mind or awareness holds only what I think with God, or perfect loving awareness. So this cannot be true. Breathe in on that. Just breathe this perfect loving awareness into your mind, into your heart, into your body, into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is infused with this perfect loving awareness, which is, in fact, your true nature. This is your fundamental awareness, without which there would be no other awareness. And so just let go of any other thoughts and emotions that go along with them, just blowing them out with the breeze of your breath. Exhale them out like a dark cloud or black smoke. You can visualize that. It helps you. Going, going, gone. All of that stomach into the belly. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in this perfect loving awareness. There's really nowhere else to go. Nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just perfect loving awareness, guiding every thought, every word, every action happens within this loving awareness, which is your own true awareness. There is no other awareness. That's what the lesson's saying to us. The mind can hold no other thoughts. Because there is no other awareness. All other awareness is illusory, is false, fake, non-existent. Just remind yourself of that as you observe any of the residual thoughts and emotions. That may still be resident in your mind. You don't have to hold on to them. Recognize them for what they are, that they're not true, they're not meaningful, they're not helpful in any way. So it becomes logical that you would choose to let them go. Not because someone's told you to, not because you're forced to, but because it makes sense to you to do that. That's when real change happens. When something makes sense to you, then you'll do it. Doesn't make sense to you, then you won't do it. We're logical creatures who seek to find meaning in everything. If something becomes meaningful for us, then it makes sense to us. Then we will pursue it. We will act on it. We've got to be very vigilant of what we make meaningful. This course is training us to see the truth as true and everything else as false, and be able to make that distinction quickly and easily so that we can very quickly make up our minds and choose the truth. So, breathing in again, I'm going to remind yourself of today's 2 review ideas now. So, very short and sweet, and nevertheless powerful. So, tell yourself, if I defend myself, I am attacked. I defend myself, I'm attacked. Breathe in on that simple truth. Let it just sit in your mind, in your heart, in your being for a while. Contemplate on that simple truth. Whenever you defend yourself, defenses come in many forms. Could be pills and vaccines and medical devices, operations, treatments. It could be insurance, protective clothing. Maybe you defend yourself emotionally in relationships. Put on your armor expecting to be attacked. Can you see how whenever you do that, you honor the defense? You're saying that you are in fact being attacked. You fear being attacked. And just absorb the lesson. And the second idea, prepare yourself by breathing a nice deep breath in through the nose. Second idea for review is related to the first one, also about defense, but relating defense to sickness. It says that sickness is a defense against the truth. Sickness is a defense against the truth. If sickness is a defense against the truth, can you see that it serves only the purpose of denying the truth, confirming that you are really a separate self, separate from others and yourself, separate from your capital self, alone, fragmented, isolated in the world. So recognize deep in your mind Try and accept that idea. Maybe there's some resistance to it, particularly if you've had a long-standing illness, any sickness in your life, in your family. Sickness is a defense against the truth. So just note that in a calm, objective way. See that any sickness, your sickness, other people's sickness, and no exceptions, is really just a defense against the truth of love, the truth of an infinite, eternal love and abundance, infinity and eternity. And just breathing in and out through your nose. Make a conscious choice to let go of this use of sickness as a defense against the truth. You just let go now. Bring to mind any thoughts of sickness you're still cherishing about yourself, about others. Breathe into them, surround them with the truth. Maybe you visualize some light or a white light flowing in and around them. Just sink in, place beyond sickness, the truth. Exhale, just let everything else go and sink into that simple truth. Realize sickness is defense against the truth. Just remind yourself of that. I defend myself, I'm attacked. My mind or awareness holds only when I think with God or perfect loving awareness. And so just meditate on that. This is about just staying in this awareness, perfect loving awareness. Nothing else to go, nothing else to do. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender to this perfect loving awareness. If any thoughts come in, just seemingly disturb this perfect loving awareness, just be aware of them. Notice them and remind yourself that my mind or awareness holds only what I think with perfect loving awareness. If I defend myself, I'm attacked. So I'm not going to indulge in any of this crazy thinking. And just exhale and let go of any of those negative thoughts and emotions, blow them out like dark clouds or black smoke, the breeze of your breath. So just rest in this perfect loving awareness, nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Breathe, observe the breath flowing in and out through your nostrils, relax, and just be in this perfect loving awareness for a couple of minutes of deep silence. Just gently bring your attention back from perfect loving awareness, very deep connected awareness. You're not going to leave that entirely, but still being aware of that, you're going to bring some of your attention onto so on the count of three, you're going to open your eyes. One, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale. Smile, scan your mind. Notice whatever thoughts and emotions are going on. Remind yourself that my mind or awareness holds only what I think. with perfect loving awareness. So nothing's not perfect loving awareness can exist. And I just let it go, drop it, let it go, the breath. From the stomach into the spine last out. And on the count of 2, just rest here for a few moments in the gap between breaths. Just resting in perfect loving awareness. It's still there, it hasn't gone away. Notice it, recognize it, connect with it. And breathe in again. Notice what you're smelling as you breathe in. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things in this very still, calm, and surrendered place. Connect to this state, this place in your mind. Remind yourself that this is the perfect loving awareness, which your mind holds only what you think about, what you think with. So if I defend myself, I am attacked and I violate this awareness, and sickness is just another defense against the truth. And so it is said, and so it is done. And now on the count of 3, just open your eyes. Take a minute just to look around, observing all the subtle sensations of the breath, the body, noticing what's going on in the room around you. It's very calm, non-judgmental perspective. Don't name or judge or label anything, just observe it and notice that this perfect loving awareness is there. It's the fundamental awareness beyond judgment, beyond all thoughts. It just is able to witness all of these illusions, but not be affected by any of them. Just stays in this clear, calm, spacious awareness. So just anchor this awareness in, set the intention to stay here for the rest of the evening and on into tomorrow. So it is said and so it is done. And carry on in this perfect loving awareness. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and tonight's session. All right, so Archie, I hope that prepared you for bed well.
It got my mind thinking. Actually, there was something in the meditation. Yeah, you mentioned you gave an example of PPE in when you it just got me. I don't know. It just got me thinking.
I said PPE, right?
You
Didn't
did,
I?
yes, as one of the defenses. Yeah, personal protective equipment.
Right, right.
Yes. Yeah.
I I didn't notice PPE, but
Yes. Yeah, you
yes.
said that
Did
in
I
the
say
meditation.
personal protective equipment? I actually use that
Yes,
phrase.
you did.
Did
Yeah,
I?
yeah, yeah. I know.
Well, that was obviously from the Holy Spirit because I don't remember saying
Go and watch the recording.
that.
It,
Yeah.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
well, I've recorded it on audio as well. So
yes.
yeah,
I'm sure you said that's what I heard anyway. So
no,
there you go. Yeah,
I don't doubt. I probably did say it. I just don't remember saying it. So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
obviously,
Because you're talking about insurance, and then you said,
yes,
even personal protective equipment, or maybe you did use the acronym
clothing. Let's say
PPE. But
clothing.
anyway, yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, clothing. Yeah, which you see how it's entrenched in our society. I mean, someone who's
well, it
going
is.
on,
That's what got me thinking because I thought, no, but surely,
yeah,
where does come? I mean, I don't know. My mind just started, kind of
yeah,
contemplating on that, and I thought, well, no, but isn't it a wise thing to do? I was thinking because isn't it the common sense thing to do? To protect ourselves from certain tasks that may be risky. And anyway, and then I was just going, go, so,
yeah. But yes, from the ego's perspective, which thinks that you're a body, which thinks that you've got to protect the body and its life and its health.
yeah.
But from the Holy Spirit's perspective, that all just perpetuates the belief that you're a separate
Mm,
self
yeah,
and
yeah,
that fear is justified. So
mm,
it's not wise from the spiritual perspective.
mm.
Now, tell that to a mind manager if you go on site and you
Well, I
don't
was going
wear
to say, I mean, working in the
it's
oil
not gonna, yeah,
industry,
but
there's no way
then
you'd be really allowed
then
to
okay,
work
you,
without
you you just go
PPE.
with it. All right, like I'll put on a protective helmet, but I'm aware of what I'm doing.
Yeah,
That's the key.
yeah,
Okay, so yeah, I'm putting on because that's how the system works, and you've got to protect
yeah,
yourself.
and yes,
It's all an ego system, but really, I'm protected by the love of God.
yeah,
That's the truth of the matter. Like a helmet isn't really my real protection. My real protection
mm,
is this perfect loving awareness.
mm,
And if I hold to that, and I'm only in perfect loving awareness, then fear cannot touch me and
yeah,
nothing bad can happen.
yeah,
That's my best protection.
yeah,
But that requires a level of faith that most people don't have.
yeah,
So they resort to a protective helmet because that makes them feel secure.
mm,
And health and safety, and you have to be seen to be doing because we
yeah,
couldn't just say, well, you're all divinely
yeah,
blessed and no accidents are going to happen because what if we're wrong and what if an accident doesn't happen?
yes,
But then you see
yeah,
that perception it invites the possibility of an accident to happen. You
mm,
understand? So we
mm,
create that reality.
mm,
So it's all very deeply entrenched in egoic thinking, which then becomes systematized, and then we're supposed to comply with these systems without question.
yeah,
And
yeah,
that's what the course is saying. No, question all of it because it's
yeah,
all part of the ego's system. And so what seems normal and logical and rational and reasonable to you in the ego system is actually insane if you really look at it from a higher perspective.
mm, mm,
But from within the system, it makes sense. You see, that's why it's so difficult to break free of the system. Because
yeah,
from within that system, okay, yeah, we need health and safety. We must have protective clothing because, yeah,
yeah,
what happens if a brick falls on someone, that could then, with a helmet, he's not going to be hurt. And then accidents do happen on site. We've got the
yeah,
statistics to justify it. And you know, but like all a very complex structure of ego defense, if you really want to look at it honestly,
Yeah.
all of
Yeah.
it. So all of it perpetuates the idea that we are a separate self, we're bodies, we're
Mm.
vulnerable, we're prone to attack, we're prone to sickness and damage, and we have to take protective measures because that's what's common sense in the
Yeah.
ego's world. And
Mm.
anyone who questions that must be mad.
Mm. Mm.
So it's a deep seated system, and
Mm.
like don't if you go into that system, let's say you go to a mine or something, like don't be clever and say, oh, I got into, because they're just going to think you're an idiot
Yeah.
and dangerous, and they won't allow you on site.
Mm.
So
Mm.
okay, you go, you do your thing, you wear the hat,
Mm.
even though it's not really necessary because you're protected by God. So
Mm.
the hat's completely unnecessary. But
Mm.
you see, you can do it all internally. You
Yeah.
don't have to
That's what,
make
yeah, okay. That's what I was kind
have
of,
to make a big show of it. Like a lot of
yeah.
course students get lost because they're, I've got to state the case because if I don't, then I'm not being a good course student.
Mm.
No, you don't have to say anything. You can just do the
Yeah.
whole thing
Yeah.
internally, correct your mind. Go, okay, I'll wear the protective clothing because, or maybe I've got a job where I have to wear protective clothing.
Mm.
Okay, I'll wear the protective clothing, but I'll remind myself that my real security lies in God and God alone.
Yeah.
That every time I do that. So
Yeah.
I've effectively corrected the thought behind it. So then the helmet or protective clothing, it doesn't really matter because I've corrected my mind.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
So you can do this in a very kind of understated, subtle, and wise way without
Mm.
ruffling feathers, without like, oh no, we don't need protective clothing anymore because we're all under the
Mm.
protection of God. Well, you probably get fired if you say that. Like but you can do it all internally. Like you don't have to try and change the world. You just have to change
Yeah.
your mind about the world again.
Yeah.
See how it all ties in. So it can all
Yes.
be done just in the correction of your own perception.
Yeah.
And for those who are willing to listen, then you could use it as an example to help them.
Mm.
But you don't necessarily have to go and change the health and safety regulations because good luck with that. It's not going to happen, is it? We're under the protection of God. This is just fear. We just need to trust in the divine. I mean, like it's not going to work, is it? That's not going to work because the ego is just going to go, "What you bonkers, ridiculous idiot!
Yeah.
You're endangering people's lives. This is not okay."
Yeah.
Because the statistics tell us that so many accidents happen per
Mm.
1,000 hours on industrial sites.
Mm.
So we have to take appropriate precautions, and then from the ego perspective, that makes sense.
Mm.
Okay, but it's within its thought system.
Mm.
It's purely within the construct of I'm a body and I need to protect my body.
Mm.
If you don't believe that, then well, what are you defending or what are you protecting? So that's
Mm.
where the course takes it.
Yeah.
So none of that stuff is justified because you aren't even a body.
Yeah.
You're not a separate self. You're not a body. So what are you bothering about with
Mm.
all this protection of the body when you're not even a body?
Mm.
But then, you've got the practical. So this can help you live in the world, but not be of the world. You can still live here.
Yeah.
Just don't buy into the thought system. You don't
Yeah.
have to be of it. In other words, believe in all
Mm.
of these ways and beliefs. And you can just go quietly in your own mind, no,
Mm.
I don't really
Mm.
believe this. So
Mm.
it's okay. I'll wear the helmet, but I don't really feel the need to wear the helmet.
Mm.
It's not necessary because I know my true protection lies in God. And you can do that completely internally and no one needs to know. And
Yeah.
there's no drama.
Yeah.
You can just walk around, the industrial site with a
Mm.
serene smile on your face.
Yeah.
And that's wise rather than like unwise would be, oh, okay, no, I've got to make a scene about it and
Yeah.
I've got to defy the health and safety regulations because it's all illusion and
Mm.
it's not gonna work well, is it?
Mm.
I think that's part of the wisdom of being a good course student. It's going, okay, like,
Yeah.
know when it's appropriate.
Yeah,
Ken Wapnick
exactly.
said
Exactly.
something that a lot of course students misunderstand. He said, well, just be normal.
Yeah.
And I've heard that being criticized by some teachers. And I think what he meant, he said, don't necessarily be normal in your thinking, but be normal in your behavior.
Yeah.
Just behave normally. Like you don't have to go and like, change the world with radical action. Like I'll give you an example. So back in the day, this was 2011, I decided I was gonna take it upon myself to change the system of road traffic rules, right?
Mm.
Because it wasn't right. It was false identification. They were forcing us into complying with the Road Traffic Act. This was back in South Africa,
Mm.
and we weren't even subject to that because we're not even citizens. We're just free men in common law.
Mm.
So I'm like, right. So I'm gonna get a number plate that's another number plate, and I'm not going to renew my license, and I'm going to do all this stuff. And of course, eventually I got pulled over, and the cop actually miraculously I escaped. Some cops did pull me over, and I managed to get out of it because I said I'm a Christian, and that was a miracle because like literally I should have gone to jail, but the guy was like, no, I'll let you go. Like,
Mm.
but then the second time it happened, these cops all got around and they were like, no, we don't get this at all. We don't understand this logic at all. So I'm like busy arguing the case. And
Mm.
eventually they just pepper sprayed me and they handcuffed me and they
Oh,
put me in a police van and they
yeah.
took me away. Because it was like, well, what else were they supposed to do? That was I wasn't following the law as they perceived it.
Yeah.
And it was a good experience. I'm very glad I did it because I saw the inside of a prison cell and actually brought some life, some love to that cell. It was a pretty dark place actually.
Mm. Yeah.
And then 6 weeks later, I drove a judge out of court, which was also an interesting experience.
Mm.
But after doing that, having gone through the whole experience, I was like, am I going to do it again? Nah. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like I've been through the experience. I'm glad I did it, but it's just silly
Yeah.
because I'm just hitting my head against a system and it's just going to keep pushing back,
Yeah.
like one person against. So, like, I had the experience I was obviously meant to have. I overcame my own fear. I drove the judge out of court. Okay, lesson learned. Like, the system can be beaten. It was a very good experience because it was like, yeah, actually, someone who's conscious and awake and aware can actually overcome this seemingly unbeatable system.
Mm.
So there's a miracle in there, but to do it again and again would just be stupid. Like I've had the experience, I've learned the lesson. What's the point?
Yeah.
I'm just going to get myself into a needless trouble and have to have these arguments with cops
Yeah.
ongoing. Because if you've been to South Africa, there's cops all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're going to stop you at some point, and then you're like, well, now I'm needlessly putting myself through difficulty, potentially going to be arrested. And I've been through that. I've done what I think I needed to do. So no, I'll just go back into, I'll just do it. But I don't really believe in it. It's like it's all part of an egoic construct.
Mm.
But within the egoic construct, okay, I guess those laws are useful. Driving on the left-hand side of the road is useful. If everyone just did whatever they wanted, it would be chaos.
Yeah.
Whether we need to all have licenses and so on is another matter. But okay, that's the way the system works, and it's probably not going to change because I decide that shouldn't be. So,
Yeah.
but I learned a very powerful personal lesson from the experience, which I think will stand me in good stead because I'm like, yeah, the system can be beaten. I know that
Yeah.
it's not unbeatable, and if you face it with conscious awareness and you're willing to take it on, I mean, it was bizarre. The judge literally just left the court.
Mm.
It was the most amazing experience. I was like, I just stood up and I challenged him. He gave me a look like, well, if looks could kill, I'd be a dead man. But fortunately, they can't. And then he stormed out, and
Yeah.
everyone was completely befuddled. Like the cops who brought him, they were like, well, we don't know what to do because he was supposed to do his thing and judge you. That's the system,
Yeah.
and the system broke.
Mm.
So it was kind of a matrix moment, anomaly in the matrix.
Mm.
And I was like, yeah, okay, it's actually possible.
Mm.
I was on a fairly low level. It was a fairly minor offense, okay, but still, I could have probably gone to jail for 3 months for that.
Mm.
But I had to like face my fear and overcome it and stand to the truth, and that was the test, and I did. And I
Mm.
walked out a free man. Like no one knew what to do, and I just walked out. It was comical. The prosecutor was like, "Get back in there, get back in, get." And I'm like, "Or you're gonna do what?
Yeah.
Arrest me? But you've already done that." You know what I mean? You've already done your worst. You've already done this, and you arrested me, and now your judge has walked out. So everyone was just complete chaos and confusion. It was very amusing. It's a
Mm.
pity I didn't get it on video.
Mm.
But the lesson was learned.
Mm.
I was like, okay, well, that was just a very interesting lesson, and I'm very glad I did it in hindsight. It worked out well, thank God, like miracle happened. And there was a test for me, but I like, now I've done it. I don't need to keep doing it. I
Yeah.
passed the test, okay. And then very quickly I moved to the UK, and I was like, well, if you do that in the UK, it's really not going to go well, is it? It's really not going to go well at all. If you don't have a license, and no, it's not going to go well at all. So all right, but all of that resistance, I dropped the resistance. You see, that was the key.
Yeah.
I had to like go through the experience, and I was like, okay, well, kind of seen that the system isn't all powerful. I've proved a point. I've learned a lesson. Okay, I can go back in and I can comply with that, but my mind is still free. I know that the system can be beaten. So,
Yeah.
but I kind of had to prove it, I suppose. It was an experience I.
Yeah.
A lot of people say you're crazy and you're very unwise, but like I obviously needed to do that, and I
Mm.
think it will stand me in good stead for what's to come, because I intend to challenge the system on a quite profound level. That
Yeah.
was like a little precursor to that. Like, okay, yes, you
Yeah.
can actually beat this system. It's not all powerful. I
Yeah.
know that for a fact because I've done it.
Yeah.
So why can't it be done on a bigger level? Because the principle stands. So yeah, all very valuable. But then at a point I was like, okay, just drop it. You don't need to.
Yeah.
Don't need to be that crusader, the crusader for justice. Because I
Yes.
did a bit of that. I think we all have a bit of that in
Oh
us.
yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
rebel, the
Yeah.
crusader. I'm
Oh,
going to change it, and then I'm like, well,
exactly.
actually, I got locked up, and it could have gone really badly. Like you're in a prison cell with
Mm.
20 convicts. Who knows what can happen? But
Mm.
again, I was lucky. I was protected, and actually, it was a um, that experience made me think, like this system's got to change.
Mm.
It's so unloving. It's so uncompassionate. Some of these guys have been in there for 3 years, three
Mm.
years awaiting trial. I'm like,
Yeah.
so what happened? No, well, I don't know. I don't really have a lawyer. I don't have money,
Yeah.
and they just like waste their lives away in the cell because they've done some minor crime.
Yeah.
Because the society can't provide any jobs for them. So what do? They're going to do what you're going to, and then they get punished. I mean, just
Yeah.
bonkers, insanity again. There's another insane system. It's like,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Mm.
Like create a system where you can rehabilitate these guys. You can teach them some skills.
Mm.
You can put them back into society better than they came out. Just
Yeah.
lock them up for years and just let them waste their lives away.
I
Like,
know.
like just how
Yeah.
does that system even exist?
Mm.
It's appalling. It should go.
Mm.
But it's part of a thought system, isn't it? And there was a poster when I was sitting in the cell because I had time. This poster was a fist that had crime, the word crime, and it was like the slogan under was say crushing crime to zero. But actually crime was just bulging out the sides. And I was like, well, no, you're not. crushing crime to zero. In fact, crime is still very much alive. It's just being distorted. In fact, the fist and the crime are tied together, aren't they?
Mm.
And that's the case. The whole system of defense, law and order, is so bound up with crime that sometimes you can't even tell the difference, especially in South Africa.
Yeah.
Like they become indistinguishable. And in
Yeah.
fact, you without the crime, you wouldn't need a police force. So they are intrinsically
It,
interlinked. It's the
I know
yin and the yang.
it's the same in India. Some of the, so-called kind of, policemen are so brutal. You know,
Mm.
you see, I don't know if you've seen any of the kind of student demonstrations that have been going on at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't. No, I don't watch the
But the
news.
police are just, yeah, that's,
Mm.
so,
Because actually, any psychiatrist will tell you there is not a great difference between a policeman and a criminal.
yeah, yeah.
They're very much the same kind of psyche. They
Mm,
just the one has gone the one way into one side of the system, and the other one's gone the other way. And
mm,
it's very easy to cross the line, as we know.
yeah,
So why so many cops get corrupt? Because they're exposed to crime all the time. They see the benefits, they see the rewards. It's tempting. Oh, well, all I've got to do is just a little pivot,
yeah,
and then I can benefit from the system.
yeah,
Um, so the two are like you're not crushing crime to zero at all. You're intrinsically bound up with it. It's the yin and the yang.
yeah,
Let's be honest. The only way of letting go of crime would be to let go of the thought system behind it, which would include the thought system of defense that predicates that you have to have a police force,
mm,
which again, they're not going to do because they're like, well, then the criminals are going to run right.
yeah,
That's the ego's logic. But
yeah,
maybe you go, but if you have a society that's truly dedicated to peace and love, you wouldn't have any criminals.
yeah, yeah,
Ah, duh.
yeah,
Except then, there might be one or two who decide to take advantage of the lack of enforcement. So then, it's the bad actor theory. If you've got one bad actor, then it crashes the whole system.
yeah,
And inevitably there probably would be one or two bad actors in a utopian society because no one's going to obey the rules all the time. You're going to have, one bad actor who's motivated by the ego.
mm,
But these are all the problems of duality, aren't they?
mm, yeah,
They can get caught up in them, go, well, they're insoluble. Yeah, that's the way the ego set them up
mm,
to be insoluble problems. The solution comes when you transcend them, when you
yeah,
transcend the level of the problems, when you transcend duality, then there's no problem. In pure formless awareness of perfect love, there's no problem
yeah,
to be resolved. And these things just fade away
mm,
and are undone. So, you see, we've been trying to solve all these problems, and there's no solution within the
yeah,
construct of duality. You're never going to solve it,
yeah.
which is why the world's ultimately depressing.
Yes. I must say, I was feeling a bit depressed as we were kind of going through today's lesson as well. Kind of like, you just feel quite, yeah, it's quite sort of sobering,
But you remember, disillusionment must precede enlightenment.
yeah,
That's the requirement. You must be completely disillusioned with the ego
yeah,
before you can become fully enlightened.
yeah. I mean, I thought I mean, I've been going through a period of disillusionment for quite a few years now, actually. Just kind of just
Yeah, well,
thinking,
that's good. That's what it's about.
yeah, but yeah,
You have to be disillusioned
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
awaken.
I know. It's just like, yeah,
So, looking at the whole system honestly, it's
yeah,
a shit show. It's
yeah,
terrible. It's awful.
it really is. Yeah.
But then that's the whole point. He's trying to teach you that the ego is not something that you want,
Mm,
that you've got to let it go entirely or not at all, and that the only way out of this place
mm,
is to do that, to let it all go
mm,
and transcend it and go back home to heaven.
mm,
That's the answer.
yeah,
Otherwise, you'll still think there's some hope in the world. And if
yeah.
you cling to that hope, then guess what? You reincarnate and you come back and you
Mm,
try that out in your next life and it doesn't work. And you get frustrated all
mm,
over again. And then, but there's still another hope that I haven't tried. So I've got to have another lifetime to try that one.
yeah.
Exhausting until you go, no, none of them are going to work.
Mm,
That he's just giving us that simple truth. Thank God someone's willing to tell us the truth.
mm,
Because otherwise you just get stuck forever. going around and around.
I know, but then but then I was listening to the one of the previous lessons that you posted, Jonathan, and it was the one, I don't know, I was listening to the audio of it, so I
Yeah.
didn't see the video, but it was lovely. I don't know, I heard all the kind of bird song and stuff in the background, so I guessed you must have been, it was must have been a section taken out of maybe a retreat program that you were
Mm.
running or something like that.
Well, I run stuff outside. I used to run sessions outside when I was in Joburg.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that, yeah, yeah.
I was running it outside. Yeah.
Yes. But
Yeah.
there was one of the women there made it was really funny. She said something that I also kind of I really resonated with. And she said something, she said, "Oh, I'm in my, kind of 60s and I'm having, it was along the lines of, wanting to, have a really full life and, experience, everything and then, kind of enjoying herself." And I thought, oh, I really relate to that because that's kind of how I feel as well.
Yeah.
And this is so I'm still trying to sort of reconcile, well, actually, do I really want to, just go, back into the oneness, or actually, if life, could be, a learning. I don't know. I was just trying to think, because she also mentioned something about, well, isn't that just not a cop out, but if we just kind of go back into the oneness, then
Mm.
what's the point? It's like,
But that's the whole point. There is no point.
I know. Yeah.
There was never a point to the world or human life or any of it. There was
Yeah.
never the only point now that you're in a delusion is to awaken from the delusion, is to wake up from the
Yeah.
dream. So philosophically, you have to accept that. Otherwise, you're going to continue seeking a purpose in the world,
Yeah.
which isn't there. You're going to make that up and you're going to project that onto the world. Say,
Yeah.
oh, it must be this. And then guess what? That's going to disappoint you. And then, oh, well, I'll try something else. And I'll try something.
Yeah.
We do that endlessly because it's false. It doesn't work because it's not true.
Yeah.
And eventually, Yeshua's just saying to us, look, you just got to look at it really honestly
Mm.
and see that the entire construct of the world of time, space, this whole physical universe, all the things and people and places and events and all the beings in it, all these lives in it, it's all an illusion. And none of it's true. You've
Mm.
got to see that. Otherwise, you're going to be caught up in it
Mm.
forever.
Mm.
And it's not an easy thing to accept.
Mm.
So, there's a lot, oh, well, but it's not all bad.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
I can
that's how I
have,
feel sometimes. Well,
yeah,
actually,
but Archie, the reality is none of that's
yeah,
going to last and you're going to die.
yeah. Well,
This is
that
the
I
truth.
accept. I have no,
Yeah,
I have no fear of
yeah,
death in that way. So
yeah.
I'm
But what,
yeah,
what is the point of a system where everything
yeah,
dies? You've got to ask that question. Like, why would a loving God create some system where everything is doomed to perish, to suffer, and to die?
mm,
Like, I don't know. Like, why would a loving father being entity do that to its children or its extensions, however you want to phrase it? Why?
mm.
Oh, well, I'm going to send you there because it's for your good. You're going to suffer because then you'll learn a lesson. You shouldn't have left me. That's not a loving God. That's punishing. That's kind of how religion has sort of framed it. But clearly that isn't a God of unconditional love at all,
Yeah, yeah.
is it? So you have to really look at the whole thing and say, well, maybe it's just bonkers. Maybe it's just totally insane.
Mm,
And there's this, insane mind that's gone completely crazy, got totally carried away with its own insanity, and has created an alternate reality and stuck everyone in that, and now convinced them that this is real and they really are, a separate individual,
mm,
whatever form they take, living in this insane reality, and this has now become their reality and their identity. And
mm,
maybe that's actually what's happened, seemingly. And this is what all the great teachings say. They're all saying the same things. You're like, okay, well, are they wrong? Are all the
mm,
great mystics and masters and spiritual teachings wrong? and the world is right, or actually are they correct and right, and the rest of the world just got it wrong? We're all confused and deluded, and we just need to awaken from the delusion. Those are the choices, and you can't really fudge them. It's like it's one or the other. Yeah, it's going to take time. This choice of undoing, of letting go, it's going to take time. So yes, you're not going to leave immediately. Don't worry about that. You're not just. Remember once one woman said, "Oh well, we were this teacher, and we might all ascend this weekend." I just laughed. I said, Stephanie, I don't think you're going to ascend this weekend. I don't think there's any danger of that. But it's like, no, you're not just going to pop off.
Yeah.
It's that's like the highest of the high awareness. That's
Yeah.
very unusual for that to happen. As far as we know, it's only happened once in human history, which was Yeshua. And even then, maybe he actually just did a runner to the east. Who knows? We don't know for sure. There's no absolute evidence of
Yeah.
that other than what's written in the Gospels, which was an eyewitness account. And he could have just disappeared. I mean, he could have just like dematerialized his body and gone somewhere else. So he didn't actually ascend to heaven, but that's what it looked like. We don't know. I mean, who knows? Yeah. So it's going to take some time. And the irony of it is that your greatest enjoyment in life will come when you've really let go of the ego. That's the irony.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the way to have, the greatest joy and happiness and peace and love and everything that you really want is when you've truly let go of everything that you valued before, of the ego. Then you can experience that fullness of life, which, again, that's totally paradoxical to the ego. It's going to go, no, that can't be the case. Like you're actually losing something, but you're not losing anything of any true value. You're only going to gain this freedom, this joie de vivre, this happiness, this like unworried nature, this like, I can just kind of flow with life and it's all okay. And I don't have to get stressed about anything. And like, I just flow through all the problems and challenges of life. And like, that's as good as it gets. That's as good as your life can ever get.
Yeah.
And that's what letting go offers you. So, he's saying to us, "Look, ultimately you're going to leave, but while you're here, you're still going to live your life for however many years you've got left in the script. Script is already written, so maybe you get another 20, 30, 40 years. Who knows? You may as well enjoy it to its max.
Which is what I intend to.
But the formula for that is letting go. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's completely counter. The ego is going to say, no, that doesn't make any sense. How can letting go of this world lead you to greater peace and love and joy and a fuller experience? It doesn't want to know that that's possible. It can't conceive that that's possible.
Yeah.
But if you actually do it and you do Yeshua's teachings, you practice them, you see that it's true. That yes, in your own experience, that is what you experience. So it must be correct. Not because he's told you so, because you actually have tried it and you've experienced it. And that's kind of what he's saying to us. Well, look, try it on. Don't believe me. Just try these simple mind training exercises, give them a go and apply them to your life, and you'll see for yourself that it works.
Yeah.
And then I don't need to convince you because your own experience will have convinced you.
Yeah.
You just have to persevere to the point where, you're willing to learn it and practice it and apply it diligently enough so that you can get that experience. And there will be ego resistance. It's not all just, oh wow, suddenly, I start the course and everything's miraculous and everything's flowing and hey, Chihuahua, it's amazing. Sometimes people have a little honeymoon period in the course, I call it, where they're like, hey, amazing, amazing. And then, give them a bit more time. And then they're going to have to go through the disillusionment. And they're going to have to go through the dark nights of the soul because all of the ego stuff's going to come up. And that's not pleasant to journey through. Oh, I thought the course was all love and light. It was so amazing in my first few months. No, actually, now you're doing the real work of the undoing of your ego, and it's not pretty. No, the ego is not pretty. Let's face it, it's horrible.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with all those toxic thoughts and emotions. It's awful. I mean, you're wading through, like the Shawshank Redemption to freedom. You have to go through
Yeah.
200 yards of shit
Yes.
to get there. It's very pertinent. They did that for a
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got to go through the shit to get there. But then once he's escaped, like it's worth it because like I am actually genuinely free
Yeah.
of that whole oppressive thought system, which didn't, he could never accept that.
Mm.
He never became institutionalized. So, like, while we're here, we seem to be in prison. You go along, you do your thing, and he
Mm.
did his thing. I mean, that's a great movie to watch again, actually, because
Yeah.
he was like, yeah, I'm going to
Definitely
try
is.
and add value. I'm going to try and be
Yeah.
helpful. I'm going to try and be
Yeah.
kind. He
Yeah.
did all of that. He lived his prison life to the fullest. He made a
Yeah.
contribution. He made some changes, but he never forgot that he didn't belong in prison. You
Yeah.
see, so a very good message.
Mm.
Yes, we can do all of that stuff. You can fulfill a purpose. You can have a function in the world. You can contribute. You can be the instrument of love in a dark place. You can do all that stuff. And he did that,
Mm.
but he didn't forget his ultimate purpose was to escape
Mm.
through all of that. That carried through very quietly through his 19, 20 years, or however long he was in Shawshank prison.
Mm.
That escape mission continued. It was always his plan, and he kept at it and he kept chipping away literally until it was like, okay, the time is right, and I
Mm.
have to have the courage to let all that go.
Yeah.
Like my purpose in prison and all that's all got to go because it's not the truth of who I am.
Yeah.
And he had the courage to do that.
Yeah.
So I mean, that is a great movie from a
Oh yeah.
spiritual point of view to,
Yeah.
like look at the principles in there. Yes, he was in prison, but he was not of prison, was
Yeah.
he?
Yeah.
The thought system didn't. He maintained the freedom of thought.
Mm.
They couldn't institutionalize him and his thinking as they did to some other people.
Yeah.
And ultimately found his way out because he kept the faith. Yeah, he had to go through all kinds of experience, all kinds of difficulties, but
Mm.
eventually overcame the darkness, found his way out, and you know that's what we can all do.
Yeah.
So you're no rush. This will take the rest of your life, 20 years, 30 years, 40
Mm.
years, who knows, however long you live. You might have a very long life and a
Mm.
very full, purposeful, active life, but don't forget that ultimately the purpose is to escape.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind,
Yeah.
because otherwise, if you don't have that in mind, you then the system starts getting to you, and you start adopting its ways, and you forget who you are.
Mm.
And
Mm.
as some of those inmates did, they forgot that they were actually free. They'd become so institutionalized that they couldn't handle the freedom. The guy who got let out and then he hung himself because he just
Yeah.
couldn't handle it. Is
Yeah.
an example of that because his mind had become too imprisoned.
Mm.
So just don't do that. But if you study the course, it won't let you do that
Yeah.
because it's continuously reminding you, yeah, there's something else.
Mm.
Yes, you can flow with life, you can have the miracles, can all be good, but don't forget that it's temporary. It's going to come to an end, and
Yeah.
you're going to die.
Yeah.
So don't attach to any of it because it's all transient, it's all impermanent, and your real mission is to awaken and to escape
Mm.
from this. And by doing that, you can actually have the fullest experience of life. That's the thing. You're not losing anything. You only gain it. But
Yeah.
if this is your last lifetime, like, okay, make it a good one. Make it one where you live to the fullest and you lived
Yeah.
a purpose and you contributed and you found joy and meaning and purpose. Because, like, what else is it for but to experience those things? But don't forget that those are all still temporary experiences
Yeah.
on the journey home.
Yeah.
And ultimately, when you're ready, if you've truly lived this life to its fullest and you've learned all your lessons, then you'll go home.
Yeah. Yeah.
You go big and go home. That's my motto. Do it fully,
Yeah.
embrace it fully, but knowing always that it's not ultimate reality. It's not the truth. And that, yes, you're ultimately going to free yourself from this
Mm.
in this lifetime. There's no reason to hold on to it. So, if it's going to be your last one, then why not make it a good one, right?
Yeah. 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 Yeah, go out.
Why not, enjoy it to the maximum possible? But the
Yeah.
formula for that, people get the formula wrong. They think the formula for that is more attachment. No, it's more letting go that's going to give you that.
Yeah.
So it's counterintuitive.
Mm.
You just got to remember the truth all the time, because the ego is going to try and convince you to go the other way and say, no, 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 your enjoyment lies in getting more attached to
Mm.
that which you enjoy. No, being
Mm.
less attached.
Yeah.
Let it go and you'll enjoy it more, because you can kind of lightly dance through life. Like nothing's that serious. Just
Yeah.
dance through it.
Yeah.
Nothing's really going to touch you. Nothing's really, even the traumas of life won't really affect you, because you don't take them seriously.
Mm.
Like, so what? So
Yeah.
someone died. So like, it's not even real. Like they were just a dream character in
Mm.
a dream world. So nothing really died. You've
Mm.
got to remember that, because remember, everything's going to die.
Yeah. Yeah.
We,
Yeah.
but it's easy to forget that
Mm.
the impermanence of life in our attachment to the things of the world and trying to make it a better experience. We forget. Look, ultimately, it's all transitory. Nothing's going to last. The most that life can offer you is enjoyment in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can enjoy each moment, and then the moment passes, and then
Yeah.
another moment comes. But
Yeah.
that joy doesn't need to pass, because that joy comes from my being and from my true awareness, not from the moment.
Yeah.
I'm not getting it from the outside. It's just my chosen state.
Yeah.
And so then it's inside out. Your joy infuses all of your experiences.
Mm.
So that's the way. And this is not just my teaching. This is the teaching of all the masters.
Yeah.
But they're saying this. But to live it requires a lot of practice, because you're not used to living that way.
Yeah.
The mind has got attached to another thought system in another way, and you've got to let that all go
Mm.
in order to adopt a miracle-minded way of living.
Mm.
So I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
It makes it all easy, but
Yeah.
if I think of life's pretty good. Like, I still have my challenges,
Mm.
but like, okay, nothing's that serious. Like, I don't take it too seriously,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's not that serious. Like, none of it's serious. Your challenges are just temporary, transient. This too will pass.
Yeah.
I know that, like, so got money, got no money, it's all going to pass, it's all going to change.
Yeah.
So all of that gravity and that weight
Mm.
goes out of it. And you
Yeah.
can kind of, okay, well, it is what it is, and I'll just do what I need to do, and I'll kind of dance through life, and then it'll change, and
Mm.
then it'll change again. And like, I'm not attached to any of it. So
Yeah.
like, even if a lot of money came, like, same thing.
Mm.
It's, an illusion is an illusion is an illusion. No money, lots of money, doesn't
Yeah.
really matter, right?
Yeah.
That's
It's like
freedom.
green strips of paper, a metal door.
Yes, because thank
Yeah.
God, I've had a good
Yeah.
teacher.
Mm.
Like, and I've studied the course for years and years, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
the message is really, really clear and simple. I get it finally. It's taken me like 20 years for it to like
Yeah.
penetrate in here fully. But like,
Yeah.
once you get it, you're like, well, okay, like, I get it.
Mm.
It's all a big charade. It's a big joke. So
Yeah.
okay, I might as well enjoy it,
Mm.
and do my best to help other people to awaken and enjoy it to the fullest they can do. That's all I'm here to do,
Mm.
and then at some point it'll be over.
Mm.
Poof pop, and the dream will be gone, because it was always ephemeral. It was always impermanent.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, okay, why on earth am I taking any of it seriously then?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just a dream. It's just a game.
Mm.
And that's the flow state. That's the enlightened state that this is training you to get into. So all of that seriousness and that gravity and the pulling power of the ego to pull you down into its dark, depressing state, just
Mm.
it's not there anymore. You're like, well, because I don't buy any of it. It's ridiculous. It's an illusion. I can only
Yeah.
laugh at it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That doesn't mean I can't enjoy some of the experiences, but just
Mm.
don't take them too seriously, because
Mm.
none of them are serious. am I perfect? Do I still sometimes? Yes, sometimes I do.
Mm.
But then very quickly, it's like, okay, but like, just remember, it's not true.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not even real. So, like, what are you stressing about? What are you getting
Yeah.
so uptight about when it's just a dream? You're just dreaming.
Yeah.
So you've always got to remember that, and
Mm.
you know the course will keep reminding you of that because
Mm.
it's never very far away from reminding you. Okay, it's just a dream. You know, none of it really matters. So
Yeah.
yeah, enjoy the dream, but
Mm.
don't think it's real. Don't get attached to it.
Yeah.
So think of it like you're dreaming a dream, but it's a pleasant dream. It's a happy dream,
Yeah.
and you can enjoy the dream while it lasts. But then at some point you're going to wake up and
Yeah.
realize it was just a dream,
Yeah.
just a more real seeming
Mm.
dream than your dreams at night. But it's the same thing.
Mm.
So when the dream is over, then all of it's going to be gone,
Mm.
and you'll just laugh. You'll just oh, what a ridiculous dream! What a trip that was! What a mind trip! Oh my god! I actually believed I was human. Oh my goodness! What a mind job I did on myself. But okay, like I've woken up from that, and I need never go back there.
Mm.
And I know now that thought any idea of separation being a separate entity is just a bad idea. Don't go there. Don't believe in that again. That was a wild trip. That was a mad idea. Look at where you went with it.
Mm.
But not a very good idea in hindsight.
Mm.
And I've finally learned that, and that's all awakening is. Oh, bad idea. Okay, stop that. Let's not
Yeah.
do that again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it's a big joke, really. Enlightenment is a joke.
Mm.
Like what's all the drama about when it was just a tiny mad idea that got blown into epic proportions
Mm.
of this mad illusion,
Mm.
and actually none of it means anything because it was all just a crazy idea.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But it's going to it takes quite a lot of time to get that into your head, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're so wired into like, oh, the
Yeah.
gravitas of the ego, and oh, it's so serious, and then the emotion, then we get triggered, and the emotions come up, and we get the fear or the guilt, and it all feels very real, and
Mm.
so that's where the mind training's got to kick in. No, 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 stop.
Yeah.
Awareness, zoom out of it, look at it, realize what's going on. Yes, the ego's hijacked you again,
Mm.
and it's trying to convince you again that you are a separate self and that the world is real.
Mm.
But once you get that that's what it's always doing,
Yeah.
it can't fool you anymore. It's like, okay, that's the game. That's what it's always trying to do. So okay, just understand that that's the nature of the game. That's what you're up against.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be fooled by it,
Yeah.
and then you can kind of dance lightly through it all
Mm.
without being too affected by it.
Yeah.
And that's awakening. That's enlightenment. It's actually not that. I think a lot of these teachings and some make it all mystical and some amazing accomplishment, and
Mm.
it's actually just like you're not really bothered. You're not really worried about anything.
Mm.
Simple as that, because
Yeah.
you don't take it any seriously. So you can just kind of dance through life and
Yeah.
float on the surface of it all without it being too serious. And people are like, well, how do you do that? Well, you just keep letting go. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
As and when anything comes up and it pulls you down, you let it go and you cut the cord, and
Mm.
you release yourself, and then you as like a lead balloon or something. You've cut the cord, and then you're free to fly away,
Yeah.
and go back to that higher level again.
Mm.
So you just got to keep doing that for the
Yeah.
rest of your life. It's as simple as that. That's the formula.
Yeah.
And happiness, peace, love, joy, purpose, fulfillment, it'll all come as
Mm.
a natural consequence of that letting go process.
Mm.
That's all he's saying to us.
Yeah.
Like, how simple is the course? He's saying you just got to do this one thing,
Yeah.
not 10 things, not 7 things, just one thing. That's all I'm asking you to learn.
Yeah.
How simple could it be? But, we resist that one thing tooth and nail because the ego knows that is going to undo it.
Mm.
It knows that that one thing is the kryptonite for the ego that's going to take it out,
Mm.
and doesn't want that. So it's going to resist it with all it's possibly got.
Mm.
Even though that doesn't make sense, it's not logical, it'll still do it because it's insane.
Yeah.
And you just got to recognize its insanity and go, sorry, I don't buy it anymore.
Yeah.
All right. So we had a little session after the meditation.
Yes. No, that was really good actually to help. Yeah, just clarify things in my mind. So.
But you see, that's a good meditation. When stuff like that comes up in your
Oh yeah, yeah,
meditation,
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's it's
yeah.
brought it up on a okay. So
Yes.
now the question,
Yeah.
okay, yes, there's a bit of like I'm not sure, but that's good
Yeah,
because the meditation has brought that up.
it did.
So then you can resolve it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the idea, you know. And then you
And
can
actually, it's a lot better now. I can go to sleep. Otherwise, I would have been mulling over it,
mm,
kind of in bed. So now I
well,
can.
just call me the sleep doctor, Jono, aka the sleep doctor. Want to have a good night's sleep? Just do one of Jono's late night session. Well. I mean, I guess some people struggle with sleep, so why not?
Yeah.
Spiritual awakening is the best sleeping pill. There's no doubt.
Mm. Mm.
Okay, so I will see you on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday at 6 o'clock. So
Yeah.
great.
Okay, Archie. Look forward to that.
Yeah. Good night.
Okay, night.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Namaste. All right, so that is a wrap for today. If you enjoyed that session, then you can do a couple of things. Why not hit the subscribe button? You'll be notified whenever I go live, which is twice a week. So you can catch the live stream or the recording. You can also go to lifebuild.com if you want to take it a bit further, and you can sign up there to my Telegram group. You just need to have Telegram downloaded and installed on your mobile device, and you can sign up to my free Lifebuild Inspirations Telegram group, which will give you a lot of this content that I showed you in the email. So you'll get a daily quote and this kind of commentary, not always as long, sometimes shorter, sometimes a bit longer, kind of a blog post, I guess. As you can let me share my screen and then I'll show you. Why am I sharing my screen now? So there you see you see what you get. You get a quote like this, some commentary on it. You'll get bonus videos like Nita Majani. Sometimes you get sometimes a bonus ebook. Not every day, but just depends. You'll get access to these live sessions. And all of this is in Telegram, not in email. But some of the same content. And then often some other slides, instructions. You'll get the daily lesson from the workbook of A Course in Miracles in its original and its alternative form. You'll get a recording. Generally, I send out a 4-minute breath break, completely free, so you can listen to it and practice it. And you'll get invitations to join these live sessions. So head over to lifebuild.com. Again, you'll see that in the background. Just type that into your browser, or there's a link in the comments box below. Just click or tap that link and follow the on-screen prompts. Make sure you've downloaded Telegram onto your mobile device, and you will be added into the group. So hopefully I'll see you there, or maybe in one of these live sessions. Who knows? Thank you for watching or listening, and namaste, which means the truth in me acknowledges and honors that same simple truth in you. I wish you much love, peace, and joy in that truth.